How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent $200.
retarded?
Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent 200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not a because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
I watch these streams, and I've been watching a self-professed fascist named Karlyn who drinks and basically roasts these live streams. But weirdly, she has apparently embedded herself with Antifa before. And so it's such a funny stream because like...
So they tolerate her?
Oh, no, not anymore. She no. She's like, I mean, I don't know if she's trolling or not, but on her stream, she's like, I am a fascist.
Right.
So she's proudly proclaiming she's a fascist. I don't know how much of that is trolling, how much of it is real, but conservatives who are drawn to her stream will say things like, these people are funded by George Soros. And it's the funniest thing because she gets so mad. And she's like, get off fucking Fox News. Stop watching that shit. It's all wrong. Do these people look funded? Do these people look like they have money? They're not funded. It's so, and I guess her bigger point is by saying these are funded agitators and not saying what they actually are, which is anti-capitalist revolutionaries, you dilute what's really happening. Because what's really happening, according to her, and I think a fair amount of people, is that the economy is so fucked. The middle class is diminishing so much. The cost of living is so high that this is the perfect soil you need if you wanted communism to grow anywhere.
And I've learned a lot from Karlyn Borysenko, who goes in undercover with the left. And I've figured out from looking at her work, like when I first saw her stuff, I was like, oh, she knows what she's talking about. I need to like connect with her. And she actually, the first time I got assaulted in 2025, followed me and sent me messages, and she checked on me for months, just privately. It was so nice to have somebody like, are you okay? But I could tell she knew what she was talking about, and I subscribe to her. I look at all her stuff. I've learned so much, and I thought I knew a lot. I've learned so much.
What's up, everyone? Happy Monday. Doug, thanks for starting us off, being a member of the channel for 10 months. Thanks, Dr. B and community. Appreciate you, bro. Love ya. You're fucking rad. Doug is an amazing artist. He has some of the coolest stuff. Really cool guy. Has gone undercover with the left outside the New Jersey ICE facility. We love him. We appreciate him. Oh, man. Oh, man. Is it really fucking Monday? Is it really Monday? Is it really Monday? We're doing this all over again. You know, I'm going to have a weird week this week, guys, just to let you know, because Victor's birthday is on Thursday. And so Victor and I might be doing a little overnight excursion, trippy trip, because it's his birthday. And I don't really know what we're doing. Victor has to decide what he wants to do for his birthday. There are a couple of options that may involve me not streaming all week. And so, you know, we got to honor my husband. He is, you know what? Listen, I've been seeing all these videos lately of people like posting videos of women shitting on their husbands, like women who are posting these social media videos, basically that are stay-at-home moms. They're like, it's so hard to be a stay-at-home mom, and my husband doesn't appreciate me for reason X, Y, B, and Z. And I'm just like, I've said a lot of stuff on the internet in the time that I've been, you know, a public person or whatever. You will never find a single clip of me shitting on my husband. You will never find a single post that I've made shitting on my husband. It is mind-blowing to me that women think it's acceptable to post fucking TikTok videos insulting their husbands. You know, oh, yo, Donnie girl, happy birthday, Victor. Yes, happy birthday to my wonderful, wonderful husband of almost 15 years. It is mind-blowing to me. Like, I was in a store earlier today. And they were selling a hat that said, I apologize for my husband. I've seen these shirts that women buy, like, oh, I'm sorry for my husband. Why would you do that? Why would you literally wear a garment or a hat or an accessory where you are shitting on the person that you married? That's bullshit. It's not funny. It's not cool. It doesn't make you look good. It's not healthy for your relationship. I'm not saying my husband and I's marriage have been perfect, but like, listen, we've been married for almost 15 years now. I think we're doing okay. Marriage is actually better now than it's ever been. We've got our ups and downs, like I think any couple does over the course of like a 15-year marriage. But like, I think we're doing pretty fucking good. And one of the reasons that I think it does work is I don't shit on my husband in public. Ever. Not for any reason. Well, I didn't marry a Pisces. I married a Virgo. You know what? I was once friends with someone who was a Virgo sun and a Pisces moon. And I thought, this is a different person. This is not my husband. My husband is a Virgo and he has some Sagittarius in his chart. My husband's and I chart, our charts are aligned. It's fine. But like, I once had a friend that he was a Virgo sun and a Pisces moon. And he, for the longest time, he was actually the one I was calling the Pisces, even though it wasn't his sun sign that was the Pisces, it was the moon sign. And because even Pisces in the moon position was annoying me so much, even though he had a Virgo sun. I thought the Virgo sun was going to balance out the Pisces moon. No. Apparently, I am just completely incompatible with all Pisces energy ever. So thank God my husband is a Virgo. He's not a Pisces. Ding, ding, ding on Rumble. Thank you for the Rumble rant. 7th house Aries. You're a pro at I am not a pro at relationships. I'm not a pro at relationships, by any means. But I don't shit on my husband in public. Like, it's like real simple, guys. Shikalaga, happy birthday, Victor. Yo, I'll let him know about all your birthday wishes a little later on tonight. You're a Virgo sun, Aries moon, Leo. See, that's why we like each other, Malcolm. I get along with Virgos. Like, there was a time when I was attracting Virgos like no one's been. Like, I can't remember a time when I've had a problem with a Virgo, like, ever. And you're an Aries moon, Leo rising. I'm an Aries sun, Leo rising. Or Aries sun, Leo moon, Libra rising. So that's why we get along, Malcolm. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So today we're going to be watching another video from the Trans Freedom Conference, because I want to continue to make my way through this content. I want to make sure we are able to watch all of it. It's called Out of Bounds, Gender, Race, and the Politics of Sport. I'm only making you guys suffer through one video today. You're only getting one because we've been doing a lot with this event lately, and I think it's been really valuable. The videos have been really good. They've been really informational. If you haven't watched it yet with us, we watched several of them last week. We watched several of them for Socialism Saturday. We are continuing to go through the content because there's content that happened at this conference. This was at the University of California, Davis, back in October of 2026. It just got uploaded to YouTube, which is why we're accessing it now. And we're kind of just going through the content and seeing what they talked about at this conference, and using it to teach people what the left believes and what they teach when they think people like us aren't listening. We're going to be going through this today again. But while people are filing in, I have a Pisces update. I have a Pisces update because for the third time in a week, I had another Pisces meltdown in my DMs last night, in which the Pisces was again being extremely abusive and extremely toxic and extremely irritating and trying to provoke me and trying to make me angry and going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and demanding I forgive him and demanding that I'm not angry at him and all of this stuff. And it's just like one of those fucking bizarre experiences for me, because it's like, Karlyn, why don't you just block him? Why don't you just block him? Oh, and then he posted it on Twitter. Then he decided to post a section of the conversation on Twitter, because this is the level of emotional adjustment that he has. Not posting, of course, the entire conversation where he was verbally abusing me for like an hour leading up to this. Not posting that, because he's not an intellectually honest person. So I guess I just wanted to do a quick update to show you guys what actually happened, because God knows we're not going to have any truth when it comes from him. Oh, and then because I was pissed off at him, I started doing readings about what was actually going on. The readings were actually very helpful. So why did he engage in this entire affair and then just post it publicly? Let's see. The conversation got him emotionally, wasn't completely sure what to do with everything brought up, a lot of conflicting reactions. Instead of just sitting privately like a normal fucking person, he distanced himself and then posted it publicly to deflect from feeling vulnerable. And I could go on and on and on. He does not like it when I read him publicly. He does not like it when I do psychic readings on him. And the reason that he doesn't like it is because basically it takes him completely out of fucking control. And that's really what we're talking about in this scenario. Because what he's trying to do when he comes into my DMs and he has a massive fucking hissy fit meltdown about me is he's trying to control me. He's trying to control how I feel. He's trying to control how I see the situation. He's trying to control how I behave. He's trying to get me to shut the fuck up about the epic amount of toxicity coming from him constantly. I don't know, man. I don't know. I actually did think about this. I did think about this. Should I put another fucking spell on him? Well, I don't think I need to, though. I really don't think I need to. Here, I'll just scroll on the bottom so you can see this. I don't actually think I need to, because I don't think, and I said this to him explicitly last night, I don't think there's actually anything he can do to hurt me. I don't think there's anything that he can do to impact my community. I don't think there's anything he can do to impact my work. The most that he can do is try to gaslight me into believing that he has power over me in some way. And I feel like I'm kind of over that, to be really honest with you. I know, like, listen, there was a time when, back when he first turned on me, which was not when he made AI porn of me. It was like 2 years prior to that. Back when he first turned on me, I actually did have a lot of regrets about how I handled that situation. I actually really did. I was not perfect in how I handled things with him back then. That's not to say he was perfect either. He wasn't. But the difference between me and him is I can be reflective about my actions and I can say, okay, Karlyn, maybe you should have done that differently. Maybe you should have done that differently. Because what happened back then was he was, again, being verbally abusive, because that is what he does with women who are not doing. I have no problem believing that he emotionally abused his wife for years. Like, how sad is that? Like, I truly have no problem believing that when he was married, he was emotionally abusive to his wife for years. I have no fucking problem believing that, based on what I've experienced from him directly. But back when he first turned on me, I really was like, you definitely could have handled that better. And in retrospect, like, I really do wish I had done things differently. I really do wish I had done things differently. The difference between me and him is I can be self-reflective about my actions. I can say, okay, maybe that wasn't the best decision, and I can try to adjust my behavior in the future based on that kind of just like conversation that you have with yourself. He can't do that. He is completely incapable of doing that. And the scenario that he has always wanted with me is he gets to say and do whatever he wants. He gets to be as toxic as he wants to be. He gets to say whatever he wants publicly on the internet about me. He gets to make every conversation we've ever had in private public. And by the way, like, there's no such, like, basically, like, every single conversation that he has with me in the DMs now, you can't even consider it to be a private conversation, because what he's doing is performative so he can make it public, so he can impress his fucking toxic internet friends. That's what it is. None of this shit where he's been melting down 3 fucking days in my DMs in the last week has been about resolving it, or just smoothing things over, or just being fucking human beings. It's all been performative bullshit to try to get me to react so that he can look what he believes is impressive, what I believe is actually incredibly weak and pathetic, to his internet audience and to his internet friends. That's what this all is. And this is what he's been doing for years. So, in his opinion, he should be able to say whatever he wants to say, do whatever he wants to do, gaslight me in whatever way he wants to gaslight me, try to control my speech, demand that I can't say negative things about him on my channel, which he has done, demand that I see the world in the way that he is telling me to, which he has done. And I'm not allowed to have any reaction. I'm not allowed to be mad. I'm not allowed to be pissed off. I'm not allowed to say anything about him. That is the dynamic that he wants with me. Well, that's not really acceptable to me. It's not really acceptable to me at all. And so, while it is true that I'm not going to get mad at him, not because he doesn't deserve it, but because me getting mad at him would actually give him what he wants. And it would disrupt the peace that I have. And it would disrupt the mental stability that I have. And so he released these screenshots last night of me saying I forgive him. I forgave him a long time ago. I forgave him a long time ago. Not because he deserves forgiveness, because he doesn't, but because forgiveness is not something that you do for the other person. Forgiveness is something you do for yourself. It is very obvious to me that he is a broken, hurt person who was probably abused when he was a kid, probably mentally abused by his own family, maybe even physical abuse. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. him and his entire community act like schoolyard bullies. Has anyone ever seen the movie Tales from the Crypt, Demon Knight? It's an old movie, but it's a really good movie, and Billy Zane is so hot in that movie. Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight is actually an awesome movie. But like basically Tales from the Crypt Demon Knight is about this demon-like character who's trying to take over the world and make it like the place for the demons, and they show up at this house in the middle of nowhere, and they need to, I forget exactly what the plot is, but they're doing something they're trying to kill someone, they're trying to get some sort of artifact that allows the demons to take over the world or something. So Billy Zane shows up and he brings all of these demons with him, and the demons are like coming out of the ground and they're doing all this creepy shit. And it's a great movie, man. I love that movie. Is it a scary movie? It is like kind of like, it's a horror movie, but it's like not super scary, I don't think. Anyway, when I'm having to deal with him in my DMs, that's the image in my head. It's like he is like a demon coming up out of the ground with his demon fucking toxic community members around him, trying to basically kill off anything that is not demonic and toxic. That's literally the energy of this situation. It's like the group of schoolyard bullies, the ones who are all probably beaten in their home, and that's very sad and that shouldn't happen. But when people are abused in their home, they become abusive towards other people. It's just the way it goes. And so I can rationalize why he is what he is. No, I don't think he's been abused by women. I think he becomes abusive towards women because he's working out whatever the fuck happened in his home life growing up. And that's the way it goes. I think he is abusive towards everyone, every woman who doesn't do what he wants them to do. I think that this is just his operating procedure. I think he's done it probably to countless people before me. I think he'll do it to countless people after me. I'm basically laying this all out for you guys so that you understand if you see him posting things in public or saying crazy things in public, he's trying to make me angry. He is trying to make me toxic. He is trying to provoke me because this is what toxic people do. They try to bring toxicity and pain into everything else around them to reinforce their own toxicity. He has been grounding himself to this toxic energy in his little fucking horde on the internet for years and years and years. And my thought about this is essentially this is like the crabs in the bucket thing. Like if a crab tries to leave the bucket, the other crabs will pull it back in. Well, I mean, the thing of it is I want people to be very clear on this whole scenario. Because the fact is, we have some of the same friends, and for years, I've been hearing, oh, they're always fighting. Oh, I don't understand why they don't just smooth it over. Blah, 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 blah. Whatever, whatever. The reason it is not smoothed over is because of him. Full stop. And I don't really feel any obligation to cover for him. And I don't really feel any obligation to make excuses. I'm going to let him be toxic and I'm going to let him be abusive. And the thing of it is, it's not going to ruin my mood at all. It's not going to make me mad. I'm not going to lose my shit on the internet, which is what he really wants. All I'm going to do is let him be toxic and abusive, and he can post the evidence publicly, and I can post things too. Not that I want to, but if this is the game we're playing, I am more than willing to let people just see the amount of maybe I should if I posted a video of the DMs of just scrolling the DMs that he sent me, he's insulting me repeatedly. He's calling me names. He's trying to gaslight me. This is constant. He's demanding to control my perspective. He's demanding to control what I do. It is fucking constant. So I'm going to let him do it. And I'm just going to let people see who actually is the problem in this scenario. And the toxic retards can go over and gravitate toward that, thinks that being abusive is cool, because there are people who, for some reason, they probably haven't matured past elementary school, but there are people who believe that being toxic and abusive, it makes someone cool and strong. There are other people who believe that being toxic and abusive is just being toxic and abusive. So it is what it is. And if you see him saying anything crazy or doing anything crazy, you know what? I've thought about this. I actually really have. I almost did last night. I was very fucking close. I'm going to let him continue to be toxic and abusive for the moment. I'm going to let him continue to be toxic and abusive, and he can show people that he's being toxic and abusive and brag about being toxic and abusive all he fucking wants. Because the thing of it is I now see this scenario for exactly what it is. He's doing a little internet performance because he thinks this makes him look strong for some fucked up reason. And I'm just going to let people judge for themselves. Just going to let people judge for themselves. So that's what I'm doing. That's the update on Big Retard on the other side of the internet. And, you know, I wish things weren't this way, but yeah. Yeah. He wants to say no, that's him. That's him. That's exactly right. That's him. Always was. Anyway, guys, let's get into the content that we're sharing today. Because we are doing productive shit today. We are not going to allow the toxic, abusive assholes on the internet to deter us from doing what we want to do on this channel, which is cover the far left, see what the far left is saying behind closed doors, see what the far left is saying at their events, so that we can decode their language, decode their strategy, figure out what's coming next. This is a presentation that took place at a conference called the Trans Freedom School at the University of California, Davis in October. Wait, it can't be in October. What are you talking about? They said this was held at UC Davis in October 2026. It's August, you retards. This was held in March. I don't know why they put October in this. I knew that was weird when I saw it. I was like, October, the other panels say March. This was held at, so you're telling me the PhD academics can't read a calendar? You're telling me that the PhD gender studies academics that are putting on the Trans Freedom Conference figured out how to time travel into October 2026, or they can't read a calendar. And they want us to listen to them, and they want us to run the world the way they say. They can't even run a calendar. Yeah, time is whiteness. Time is a capitalist construct. So true. So true. So true. Yo, we got John in with gifted channel membership. W's to you, John. Thank you so much for that. I'm sorry I missed it. I think I missed this one too from Red Menace Guru. Thank you, Red Menace Guru, for being a member of the channel for 7 months. 1 year, 8 months, 7 days. I would have never have known the danger we face if not for you. Thank you. You are vital to waking people up. We appreciate you. I'm honored to be here. Thank you so much for your support, bro. I really, really appreciate it. We will do a channel membership countdown, or count up, rather, hopefully. Guys, if I teach you something new today that you didn't know before, if I show you information no one else on the internet is showing you, if I help you understand what is going on in the world today, I am 100% independently funded by you. Unlike Data Republican, who just got massively exposed for being a paid narrative shill for the Trump administration over on Twitter. This woman is collecting did you guys see this? By the way, hang on, before we get into this. Did you guys fucking see this shit? Hang on. This Data Republican DEI hire, who I have been saying for over a year. I have been saying for over a year, the liberal DEI hire, Data Republican, is lying to the public. Well, now we know the liberal DEI hire was being fed government narrative the entire time. We now know that she was so good at shilling a government narrative from the Trump administration that the Department of War hired her. She is getting a taxpayer-funded salary that we are all paying for to lie to the public. The government is paying this deaf bitch with our taxes to lie to the public. That is on top of $30,000 a month that she's receiving just from Twitter subscription. That is on top of whatever payouts she's getting on Twitter. This deaf liberal DEI hire has probably made over $1 million in the past year, including a taxpayer-funded government salary that we are all paying for to lie to the public and shill a government narrative. You never have to worry about me doing this. Karlyn, why don't you work with the Trump administration? Exhibit A, sire. Exhibit A, sire. Thank you, Leo. W's to you. Thank you for the channel membership. Appreciate it. Guys, I will never, and I mean fucking never, take money from any institution or any organization that wants to lie to you and shill you misinformation to prop up a political narrative. It will never fucking happen. Any money I make comes from people who just want access to the truth. If I am able to do streams like this where I am showing you what is going on in the world with direct primary source evidence, it is because people like you are funding me to do this. W's Anthony, thank you so much for the channel membership, my friend. I really appreciate it. This is one of the only places, guys, the only place on the internet where you are getting direct access to the primary sources. No one is editing the content. I'm giving you my interpretation, but you can see the content in the full context. I will always give you the link. I will always tell you where to find the information for yourself. You don't need deaf, liberal DEI hires like Data Republican telling you what to think. You can think for yourself. And so if you appreciate what I do, please feel free to throw in channel memberships. Please feel free to throw in super chats. I really do appreciate it. We have a 100 channel membership goal because we are doing a class day today. If 100 people donate one single channel membership, then the stream is funded. And I will keep asking you guys to fund the stream until we do hit that 100 channel membership goal. We're only at 3 right now, but maybe we're just warming up. We'll have to see. By the way, I posted a video right before this. I would appreciate some shares and some retweets. Let me put this in the chat. My position on Data Republican is that this bitch needs to be shamed into silence. Thank you, I am, for being a member of the channel for 20 months. I appreciate it. I'm just happy to be here. I never have to guess where the truth lies when I hear from you. I so appreciate you, my dear. Thank you so much for supporting the streams. So my position now with this Data Republican bitch is that the internet needs to come together and shame this woman into silence. I want the internet going through every single part of her history. I want the internet going through every single part of her mom's history. Why her mom, Karlyn? That seems a little much. Well, her mom has made herself a public fucking person with over 100,000 social media followers, advancing her daughter's shill fucking narrative. So as far as I'm concerned, mom of Data Republican should be fair fucking game. Look into every part of this woman's history, find every embarrassing thing about her, find every embarrassing connection she's ever had, make it public, and drag her until she shuts the fuck up. People like this person and Data Republican and the woman doing sign language interpretation, another person connected to this that has made herself public, they have never experienced the backlash of the fucking internet. These people need to be embarrassed into fucking silence. They have lied to the public. They have shilled misinformation for over a year. This bitch has almost 1 million fucking followers. How many people has she lied to? How much misinformation has she spread? There is no reason that she needs to be talking on the internet. There is no reason that her mom needs to be talking on the internet. There's no reason for her sign language interpreter to be involved at all. All of these people need to be embarrassed and shamed and, quite frankly, hear about it in their replies until they learn to shut the fuck up. And let's see what happens. Let's see what happens when they get the backlash that they so dearly deserve for lying to the public and spreading massive fucking amounts of misinformation. Well, this stupid deaf DEI hire takes a government salary. She is paid for by us. She has opened herself up to public scrutiny, and the public should scrutinize. The public should scrutinize every single aspect of her life. The public should scrutinize every single aspect of her career history. The public should scrutinize every single fucking thing this dumb deaf bitch has ever said. The public should scrutinize every single aspect of her private fucking life. Do not stop until she is shamed off the fucking internet. And I'm not suggesting anyone do anything illegal. I would never do that. Don't do that shit. Do not dox her. Do not go to her house. No fucking acts of violence. We disavow all violence. That is not what we're doing. Inflict on her what she would inflict on anyone else with her government-funded fucking salary. That's my position anyway. Maybe it's a little too extreme, but if you guys agree with my position, I posted a video saying this earlier, and I hope the internet takes heed, and I hope the internet does what it does. We do not argue with violence. We do not argue with smear. We do not use smear campaigns. We argue intellectually. But she has made herself open by being a government-funded fucking employee. Her mom has put herself out there with over 100,000 followers for shilling a government-approved fucking narrative. That sign language interpreter has worked with her and put herself out there publicly with over 40,000 fucking followers. We should never accept, ever, people who are paid money to lie to the public. We should never accept people who profit off of spreading massive amounts of misinformation. These people are the fucking enemy, and they need to be called out and embarrassed and shamed until they shut the fuck up and go away. And at maximum, she's got another 2 years of shelf life. As soon as the Trump administration is out of power, Data Republican is going to fade away. I promise you. I've been around a long time. I've been around a lot longer than this bitch. I've seen this happen. I've seen people come and go. She's got a maximum 2-year fucking shelf life. I would like to make it shorter. So, that's my opinion. If you feel like looking into her or her mom or her sign language interpreter or anyone else connected with her that has made themselves a public person while she takes a taxpayer-funded salary that we all fucking pay for her to lie to us, go ahead. Go ahead. Do it. In the meantime, we're going to go back and watch this presentation. Hang on. Am I looking at the complete wrong screen? I am. Here it is. Here it is. All right. Who's ready to get started with the presentation? One in the chat if you're ready to get started with the presentation. 2 in the chat if you are not ready yet and you want to hear me rant more. I really do hope we can get up to 100 channel memberships today, guys. Donate 1 channel. If 100 people donate 1 channel membership, we're already there. I will be reminding you about the channel membership goal as we make our way through the presentation. We will not finish the presentation if you guys don't fund the stream. I can just watch it on my own. So it's up to you guys. I hope you guys see fit to fund my work today. We'll see what happens. Let's get this party started.
I have everyone's attention, please. Welcome, everyone. So glad you're here. My name is Chris Hansman. This is Ava Kim, and I'm just going to spend a moment orienting you to this project. This is actually kind of our inaugural event for what we've formally billed as the Trans Freedom School, a project that Ava and I have been working on. It's a Mellon-funded project. This has just been we're completing our first year. and we still have 2 to go, and we have lots more of these in store. So you're in for a treat today, and you can stay tuned for more as the year goes on. So the Trans Freedom School is something that we've worked on for a little while now, where we're trying to bring together people who are thinking about transness, trans social movements, trans studies, and the concepts of fascism and anti-fascism, and authoritarianism and anti-authoritarianism, and trying to think about how all of these go together. And one of the hopes that we had was to kind of bring together these sorts of hotspots for these conversations in the form of panels and symposia to talk about things like sports, for example, as we will today, in coming events to talk about things like health and medicine, social movements, politics, and so on. So the ultimate hope is that we are bringing a lot of these resources together to live on a website that will be called the Trans Freedom School website. And the desire is to make those accessible for people for whom things like trans studies, among other things, have been kept out of university or pushed out of university curricula. So this will be, on a website at some point, along with a number of different interviews that we're doing with folks. And we're really excited about that coming together, hopefully in the next year or so. So we hope that you will share that resource as well. So glad you're here today for our Out of Bounds Gender, Race, and the Politics of Sports panel. Soon, Dr. Kim will introduce our panelists, but before she does, I just want to say, as you know, there's a bunch of food here and you should eat. Please do. We'd like this space to be comfortable, lovely, and warm. So please make yourself comfortable. The bathrooms are out there. If anybody should need gender neutral restrooms, I believe they're on the first floor.
Gender neutral.
Anything else? I think we're good. Let's get going. Thank you for being here.
Hi, everyone. As Chris said, I'm Ava. I'm gonna read our wonderful speakers' bios in a second, but I did just want to take a quick moment to thank some of the people who made
Guys, I gotta pee. I'm sorry. I'll be right back.
this possible.
Let me know if I miss anything.
Iglesias, who
Should've gone
helped
before the
put
stream.
this event together, helped with the food and the logistics, as well as Caitlin Dobdu, coordinator for the Cultural Studies program, also helped so much. Thanks, y'all. And finally, Caitlin Graziani, who y'all saw at the door. There's Caitlin, who is the GSR for this project and has helped so much with planning the questions and a lot of the research that has gone into making the project possible. So, but without further ado, what's up? Oh yeah, the brochure.
Oh, you want to? Do you have an extra one?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, we've got more at the front. You're good. You're good. Okay, I'm gonna start introducing people. Starting at the far end, we have Dr. C.J. Jones, who is an assistant professor in women's gender and sexuality studies at San Jose State University. Dr. Jones earned their PhD in feminist studies at the University of California, Santa Barbara, and their research examines how cisgender and transgender subjectivities are reconfigured through the lens of sports. Their most recent article, Gender Critical Feminism and Trans Tolerance in Sport, was published in Sociology of Sport last year and argues that scholars and activists alike must sharpen their analyses of gender critical feminist rhetoric to move beyond a pro-trans versus anti-trans framework. In 2023, they co-edited the sports issue of Transgender Studies Quarterly. Her current book project, Governing Bodies, Trans Politics, Embodiment, and Sports, analyzes the political contours of both trans-inclusive and trans-exclusionary discourses in contemporary sports and situates them within broader socio-political struggles over the meaning and malleability of gender at the local, national, and global levels. Next up, we have Dr. M. Aziz, who is a Black Muslim scholar of movement and movements. They are currently an assistant professor of African American Studies and Gender Studies at the University of Washington. Dr. Aziz is also a martial artist and safety facilitator with 2 decades of experience. They advocate for a future where our minds, bodies, and spirits are more free through their public humanities project, Survival Pending Transformation. Dr. Aziz's first book project asks how martial arts contributed to Black power organizing and shifting ideas about liberation, empire, and gender. Their future research projects include a choreographic text on Willy Ninja. In 2022, Dr. Aziz received the Journal of African American History Award for their innovative research in sports studies. Dr. Aziz teaches courses like self-defense and autobiography and martial arts and social justice. They recently became the most junior faculty ever to win UW's Distinguished Teaching Award. Woo-hoo. Aziz's work has been published or featured in the Washington Post, Teen Vogue, and the Smithsonian's podcast Side Door. Finally, we have Dr. Anima Ajipong, who is a writer, organizer, and associate professor of women's, gender, and sexuality studies at the University of Cincinnati. We have more seats up here if y'all want to come sit. There's some here, and then some on the sides here. Feel free. Drawing on indigenous and diasporic African ways of knowing, their work explores themes of embodiment, belonging, freedom, and reciprocity. Dr. Ajipong is the author of Afropolitan Projects, Redefining Blackness, Sexualities, and Culture from Houston to Accra, and several articles about queer methods, gender and sexuality in sports and popular culture, and LGBTQ activism in Ghana. Dr. Ajipong's sports scholarship examines questions of race, nation, colonial gender, and indigenous resistance.
Colonial gender.
This work has received awards from the Ford Foundation, the American Sociological Association, the North American Sociology of Sports Society, and the West African Research Association. Their work has also appeared in The Guardian, the Society Pages, and LSE Africa blog. They're currently completing a book that explores the emergence of women's football in Ghana at the intersection of post-colonial identity, heteropatriarchal nationalism, and collective efforts for gender and class justice. Please join me in welcoming scholar.
Oh, I forgot we have to.
Yeah.
I will kick us off with the first question. So I also want to say all these folks just traveled here today. So I'm really impressed that they're all sitting up. And so I'd like to start with a relatively easy question, which is, could you each talk a little bit about your work? And how your work
No. All pretty big words that don't mean a lot to most. No. Everyone in the room in this video knows what all those words mean. Most of the people in the chat knows what those words mean. The fact that you don't know what those words mean means that you listen to too much conservative retard media and you were never properly informed about the left. So, no. Wrong. Completely wrong. If you have questions because you are ignorant and misinformed, try asking a question and we will answer the question. But it is not cool to be an ignorant retard that's going to come into my chat and own the libs because it makes you feel morally superior. You're not superior. You are losing. They are winning. Shut the fuck up and listen or ask a question if you have anything to say.
To sports and politics. In whatever order.
Okay,
I will begin somehow. Well, first I want to say thank you so much for the invitation. I've been really excited about this and I'm so glad we could make this happen. And I'm so happy to see everyone in this space. I was just saying to Chris, the idea of a trans freedom school is very exciting to me. And also
SoCal Ella, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership, my dear. I really appreciate it. W's to you.
So very needed right now. And it's just wonderful to see people in this space. So I generally consider myself kind of an undisciplined social scientist / researcher. Which is to say that I'm trained as a sociologist. I very briefly taught in a sociology department. I'm currently in a women's gender and sexuality studies department. And part of that transition out of sociology into gender studies was because of the level of interdisciplinarity that gender studies allows for in a way that I didn't quite feel that sociology did. My work is really largely concerned with this question of how we get free in whatever iteration that might be. And sports has been a really profound way for me to engage those questions. And so my very, very first sports study was a bit naive, actually. I was just finishing undergrad and was really interested in the question of gender and gender expansiveness. And I thought, you know what? I'm going to go do a study. I had no training whatsoever. But I also had this opportunity to go coach rugby in Laos. And so I thought, oh, this would be a really cool way to learn about gender outside of this Western kind of framework. That study never happened. I'm glad it didn't, because there was a kind of hubris that was accompanying this interest, which was that, you know, I'm coming from an American university, I can go somewhere and do whatever I want. And then I got there and I realized I don't speak the language, I don't understand the culture, and these are all very important things that one must have, although depending on who you ask, you don't need as much of it. But that really kind of reoriented me to think, what is a context in which I can study these questions of sports, gender, freedom, within a space in which I really understand that culture. And so a lot of my sports work has been focused on sports in Ghana. Initially, my work was on whiteness and sports. I was looking at women's rugby in the US, and then have transitioned out of that. But looking at sport in these ways, in terms of race, gender, sexuality, and power dynamics, has really been useful for me, because it's been an opportunity to understand how this space can replicate these kind of normative ideas, but also can offer opportunities for pushing back against that. And as we talk more,
when they say normative ideas, they mean the cultural norms that uphold capitalism. The cultural norms that uphold capitalism in this case refers to the gender binary, men and women, there being two, and then being biological. These people, we've covered this extensively now because they've said it over and over and over again at this event across all the presentations we've watched. They want to abolish the categories of men and women. That is what they're talking about. Normativity means the cultural norms that uphold capitalism, and whiteness is not about race, it's about the system of capitalism. Thank you.
We'll dive more deeply into it, but there's also been a lot of fun. And I think, especially in this moment, but one could say that 5 years ago, you know, you could always say that, it's important to have some pleasure as we are addressing these questions of freedom, and sport becomes a really great...
When the left says freedom, they mean the abolition of capitalism. That's why they say we are not free until everyone is free. They mean freedom from the oppressive capitalist system.
Way to do that in my own experience of studying sports. And so I'm thankful for that as part of my kind of intellectual journey as well.
I guess we'll do the line. Is it? It was about how we came to sport.
What the fuck is that on their chin?
Or sports studies.
What the fuck is
research
that?
on sport. By
the fuck is that? That is going to distract me. It's not a mole. It's like a little pat. It looks like I don't. That's going to distract me the entire fucking time.
accident. And so I was a graduate student in an American Studies PhD program. So some things either come intentionally or by accident, as some of you may relate to if you're in an interdisciplinary program. But the best part about interdisciplinary study is the flexibility in which you get to tackle a topic. And so I actually didn't know that I was in sports studies until there was a moment where I was trying to figure out how to study martial arts as a academic based out of the United States, right? And so a lot of what people talk about, particularly when they look at, and mostly what they look at, is East Asian descended martial arts, right? That's what we think about in American culture when we say martial arts, right? We orientalize it in a very specific way. And most of the times, the way people in the academy study it is through film, or there are social scientists who study some of the health benefits of it. I was interested in looking at the social movement history behind martial arts practice in the 60s and 70s, and how martial arts were these flexible practices that almost couldn't be contained, right? And that if you looked at it not from a Eurocentric orientalization of East Asian descended martial arts, you could really start to tear down the binaries between movement practices like dance, like sport, like an art. And so that's really how I came into this work.
Has anyone ever taken martial arts? One in the chat if you've ever actually taken classes in martial arts. 2 in the chat if you have not taken classes in martial arts. 1 in the chat if you've ever taken martial arts classes. 2 in the chat if you ever haven't. For people who have taken martial arts classes, would you say that martial arts are not systematized? Would you say anything can be a martial art? You can do anything in martial arts. I don't know, man. I got a brown belt in karate when I was younger. I didn't look granted this was a long fucking time ago. But I would not say from my experience getting this fucking close to being a black belt before I quit that you can just do anything in martial arts. It's about form. It's about there's very specific ways that you do things. You cannot just do whatever the fuck you want. That goes against like the entire premise of the thing. W's to you, Nick. I so appreciate the channel membership. Thanks, bro. Yeah. You're in martial, you have to follow instructions. There are specific ways you do things. There are specific ways you don't do things.
And so for me, I started out as a Black Power historian, looking at how activists were using martial arts as a literal safety tool, but also as a radical form of education and community building, and a way to literally stay sane in their bodies, and realizing that they needed something that was very flexible, something that could literally help them get home from going to an organizing meeting and feel comfortable in their body without feeling attacked. They also needed something to help them de-stress and breathe and tap back into their body after living in the sort of like racialized gendered oppression that they were experiencing. And they wanted something to pass on to younger generations to help build up their own self-image and to have self-appreciation. And they're doing it in this moment of the global Cold War, right? Where a lot of the ways in which we think about sport now in the US, right? This moment of both militarism and capitalism are cemented in this moment, and they're having a reaction to the ways in which sports are being institutionalized. So from there, it kind of took off into this larger book project, but that's how I sort of got into it.
Yeah, so sports, I sort of got into sports as a kid. I think if I were to do it all over again, sort of research-wise, well, I won't go there. I'll start from the beginning.
I didn't see that voice
coming. I played
coming.
tennis my whole life. Played in high school. I played in college at Syracuse, and then I played a little bit professionally. I wasn't playing like the Williams sisters or anything, but I, played a little bit for money. Didn't win any money, but I played for money. I don't really share this, at least in public, too often, but I wrote about my relationship with sports and queerness and mostly sexuality in my graduate school essays, because that's all I feel like I knew about. I wasn't a gender studies major in college. I was a history major, and I never took a gender studies course until I got to grad school. And that completely changed my life. Fast forward, I'm in my PhD program, and I thought my dissertation was going to be about...
I mean, yeah, they don't believe in competition, so they don't believe in winners and losers. Communism is not about competition. Communism is about sharing.
LGBT sports groups and their sort of response to homophobia in sports, generally speaking. Because one thing I was seeing was sort of a lot of these LGBT sports groups had a HRC kind of tone, a human rights campaign kind of tone to their approach.
These people do not like the Human Rights Campaign. The Human Rights Campaign is a liberal or progressive group. These are leftists. They are not liberals. They are not Democrats. They are not progressives. So when this person says it had an HRC tone to it, that's not a good thing. That's actually a bad thing.
It's very liberal, kind of bland.
See? It was liberal and bland, and I didn't like it because I'm a leftist. Mario, thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships, my friend. Massive W's to you. W's in the chat for Mario for funding the stream today. I do really appreciate it. Mutual aid. Yeah, thanks for the mutual aid, bro.
LGBT sports groups had a HRC kind of tone, a human rights campaign kind of tone to their approach. It's very liberal, kind of bland, And then during my interviews, which I
Gotta
didn't
use
want to
more
do,
words, old sub.
my
I don't understand what
PhD
you're
advisor
asking.
encouraged me to do interviews. In my dissertation took a right turn because of I interviewed a powerlifter who just had an incredible story. And from there, my project was just about gender, really, gender in sports. And so two of the things that I'm interested in now in terms of sports is I look at gender critical feminisms, or TERFs, otherwise people call them, and also sort of liberal and liberal adjacent folks who are accepting of trans people, except when it comes to sports, right? So one of my questions is, well, why is that? You know, what is it about sports that sort of prompts people to sort of put their foot down there?
Do you guys understand this person is not a liberal? One in the chat, if you understand this person is not a liberal and does not like liberals. Two in the chat if you're confused about that because you watch too much conservative media. One in the chat if you understand this person is not a liberal in any way. They don't like liberals. They're shitting on liberals. Two in the chat if you're confused. Cool. Thank you, guys.
And then the last thing is during my interviews, one of the things that interests me is that I interviewed about 17 trans women or trans femme athletes. And what I noticed is that their participation in sports, their gender was affirmed and their gender identity was affirmed not despite playing their sport, but actually through playing their sport. And I thought that was a very fascinating detail.
Well, if you can't affirm your gender identity without playing sports, then it's probably not fucking real.
So that's sort of what I'm working on right now and what interests me.
Thanks, y'all. I love hearing like the research, but also the personal stories about how y'all got into some of this work. So I think all of y'all talked a little bit about like already started hinting at what sports affords us way beyond sports, but I'm curious if you can talk, and you can take this in any direction you want, but a little bit how sports opens up questions about collectivity, whether CJ's example of, right, like feeling affirmed in a certain way, or like talking about Black Power movements, or like thinking about questions of nationalization, or like who gets to consider themselves a part of that group, both institutional and non-institutional. Yeah, how do sports bring up these questions?
Yeah. One of the things I was struck by as everyone was talking was this way that we fell into sports. No one on this panel said, I started out.
No, this is not a parody. This goes on every single day at taxpayer-funded institutions across America. This goes on every single day in your kid's K-12 public school. These people are out there having these conversations, pushing this agenda. Trump has done nothing to stop them. Dismissing it is one of the least fucking productive things you can do. Oh, you're a cantaloupe? Okay, well, I'm putting you in a timeout for 5 minutes. Shut the fuck up and listen during your 5-minute timeout, cantaloupe. And if you come back and you whine and you disrupt my stream again, you're going to be banned.
I wanted to be a sports scholar. And it's something that I'll get to the question in a minute, but I want to.
Conservatives don't even know this is happening, guys. Can we just take a moment? Can we just take a moment to reflect on what happened? Conservatives don't even know this is happening because it's not reported by their favorite fucking shill influencer. And so when they encounter stuff like this, they aren't even capable of comprehending that this is real and that your tax dollars are funding this and that they're teaching this to your kids in public school to this day. This is why the left is winning and the right is losing, because the right does not take this problem seriously. They have no fucking idea what's going on, and they are completely incapable of wrapping their heads around it, and they think that memeing on Twitter is going to stop them.
Kind of say this to the students around, that sport is just such a general part of life that even as we have these big questions about the world, we might not often think this is a good place to
rare
explore
Pisces
these
W.
questions. And yet they really are. And so, yeah, we're falling into it thinking about self-defense. We're falling into it thinking about belonging. So the project that I just finished up is a project that is thinking about the nation and how does the nation kind of characterize itself and how does it do it through sport? In my work, I'm thinking about the post-colonial Ghanaian nation, which in the current moment is very avid about its self-representation as a heterosexual, patriarchal, and I would add decidedly neo-colonial.
What are they talking about? Guys, when they say heterosexual, they don't mean one man, one woman. They mean capitalism. They mean cultural norms that uphold capitalism.
Project that I just finished up is a project that is thinking about the nation and how is the nation
the nation, the country, the nation.
How does the nation kind of characterize itself and how does it do it through sport? In my work, I'm thinking about the post-colonial Ghanaian nation.
Oh, he's talking about Ghana. Okay, I give two shits about Ghana. W's Doug, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Listen, man, if Ghana wants to run itself into a socialist utopia, I don't really care. Can we deport all the socialists and communists to Ghana? I saw a video on Twitter today, basically about how some illegal, like it was, I forget where they were from. They were like from Cuba or something like that. They ended up getting deported to the Congo. Like, apparently the Trump administration just flew a whole bunch of illegals to the Congo where they didn't have citizenship. They just flew them to the Congo and dropped them off. And I was like, that rare Trump administration W, just literally taking a plane full of illegals and dropping them off in the fucking Congo. Like, rare Trump administration W, that's exactly what we should be fucking doing. Deport them. Get them out of the fucking country. I don't care if you send them back to their country of origin or not. Fly their asses to the middle of Africa and just kick their asses off the fucking plane. Old sub. It was the 10 W's, old sub. I so appreciate it. And thank you for the $50 super thanks that you left me. I did see it. I so appreciate it, bro. Big support. You are the fucking best. W's in the chat for old sub. Plague doctors in the chat for old sub. Really appreciate it, bro.
In the current moment is very avid about its self-representation as a heterosexual, patriarchal, and I would add decidedly neo-colonial institution. And the question that I had about this institution, this Ghanaian nation, was how does it continue to assert itself in this way while supporting a women's national football soccer team? And the reason I had that question was because one day at the airport in Ghana, I had seen the sign that said, you know, welcome to Ghana. Essentially, it said, I'm paraphrasing, but it said, welcome to Ghana unless you're gay, then leave for your own good. And then as I was leaving for my own good, I saw the women's national team. And of course, all of these women are not gay, they're all not queer, but they exude a kind of queer gender embodiment by virtue of the swagger that they walk, you know, all of these sorts of things. And there is a way in which the women's footballer in the nation is an index of lesbian sexuality. So there's a kind of conflation. Are you a lesbian or you're a footballer, right? Like I'm polite. I'm not going to ask you if you're a lesbian. I'm going to ask you if you're a footballer, right? In the US context, you might think about how softball and lesbian identity are conflated in that way. And these women are representing the nation. And so it raised that question for me. What is this? How is this formation happening? And how are these women making sense of their position in the nation? And it wasn't just about their gender expression or the presumption of lesbian sexuality, but it was also their class position, because the nation is also like a decidedly middle-class Christian nation, right? So that became a very big question for me in the project that I've just wrapped up, is how is how is the nation troubled by its investment in this women's sport, and how are these women and the national authorities that are supporting them expanding or potentially expanding our idea of community. As part of my work, I did ethnographic studies, so I attended games, and attending matches was fascinating because at those matches, it was a completely different Ghanaian nation than the nation that is represented on TV or at the African Women's Cup of Nations that was hosted in Ghana in 2018. It was a queer nation. It was a nation in which fathers were there with their children doing care.
It was when we went to the games, Ghana became queer. What does queer mean? Pop quiz for the chat. What does queer mean in this context and in all context? When we went to sport, Ghana became queer. Therefore, sports is queer. Therefore, women's sports shouldn't exist. What does queer mean? Queer is a far-left radical political ideology that wants to overthrow cultural normativity by abolishing the gender norms of men and women and the nuclear family. That is the definition, guys. Guys, when I give you a pop quiz, please don't answer in one fucking word. Because what if someone asked you in the real world? What if someone asked you in the real world, what the fuck does queer even mean? And you go, socialist. You sound stupid. Okay? If someone asks you what queer means in the real world and you say revolution, you sound stupid and you sound crazy. You have got to answer in complete fucking sentences that actually describes what you're saying. Queer is not about being gay. Queer is not about being trans. Queer is a far left radical political ideology that wants to undermine the cultural norms that uphold capitalism by abolishing the gender binary, men and women, and abolishing the nuclear family. If you cannot explain this thoroughly, imagine someone asks you on video, hey, what does queer mean? And you might know the answer, but you say, capitalism. I'm like, or like something stupid like that. It's like, you look stupid, and that video is going to be used against you and against us for all time. When I'm doing the pop quizzes, I need people to take it fucking seriously. The reason I'm having you guys say what these things are is to make sure that you learn them so that you can explain them to other people. That's the purpose of this. It's to make sure that you guys know what you're talking about so that you can explain it to other people. If you are explaining things in one-word answers, that's not enough. That's not answering the question. That's not giving the information. That's not looking like you know what you're talking about. You just look like a crazy unhinged conspiracy theorist.
Potentially expanding our idea of community. As part of my work, I did ethnographic studies, so I attended games, and attending matches was fascinating because at those matches, it was a completely different Ghanaian nation than the nation that is represented on TV or at the African Women's Cup of Nations that was hosted in Ghana in 2018. It was a queer nation. It was a nation in which fathers were there with their children doing care work. It was a completely different imagination of this patriarchal system, and it wasn't one that would be celebrated, and yet this sport made a different kind of collectivity happen. And so it's something that that's been the bigger part of the question that I have, right? Like, how are these moments I call them moments of freedom, right? How are they manifested within a sporting context? And while I'm looking at the level of the nation, the matches I attended were not national team sports, because those don't happen on a regular Saturday. These were just like the regular Premier League or club sports sessions. And so it's this reminder that so much is possible and so many things break down within this context of sport that I think can be very powerful and challenge us to think differently, especially if we kind of open our eyes to it and kind of pay attention.
And it's the question on collectivity. Yeah. To build also off of what you were offering earlier, it's funny because essentially no one, I could count on less than 2 hands the number of academics in the US that still study any form of martial arts, right? So
if you are a father and you are engaging in the care work around the children, that is outside of the gender binary or queer. The gender binary, the patriarchy refers to the gender hierarchy. Men on top, women on the bottom. Men are productive citizens under capitalism in the workplace. Women do the unpaid labor of having and raising the kids. So if a man is doing care work, that to them is outside of the gender binary or the patriarchy. That's why they're calling it queer. Thank you, Earl. Well done. Well done. They're not saying the dads are gay. They're saying they're defying the gender binary. Exactly.
When you fall, like when you decide to study martial arts at the beginning of your career rather than as a side project, you really have to like find a space in a home. And what happened was, because sports studies about 10 years ago, right, interdisciplinary sports studies is coming into this new era of its own identity, right? There was a space where people were asking in feminist studies, American studies, ethnic studies, and Black studies, the questions that I wanted to ask, right? And the majority of the academy tends to not look at sport as this serious site of inquiry, but folks who are in sociology of sport or sport history take it very seriously, right? But then for a long time, there was a tension with anyone that sort of did a sports studies, or there was this derision that you're using sport as a lens, i.e. you want to study race or gender or class or something critical, right? And so then within that, to think about martial arts rather than as this like kitschy sort of like popular culture thing,
awesome old
I was
stuff.
sort of
Well
whizzing
done.
around
Thank you.
because it is both they're both acts of individuality, right? But they're actually very collective in the ways that they get practiced, right? So I have folks that I study who are incarcerated freedom fighters during the 70s, right? Who are doing martial arts to literally stay sane and keep their body healthy to like make it through the literal years that they're wrongfully incarcerated, and to also be a part of a larger idea of a national identity. And then you have people who from the beginning, when they're teaching the youth, are trying to say, what does it mean to have a new Black or brown identity? What is it new to have a new Asian American identity, right? And they're concerned with movement practices and how they fit into it, right? And so if you're 4, 5, 6, and 7, and you're going into, you know, US public schools that are looking down on your children, and you're thinking about where can we teach them to have self-pride? And you're like, it's a holistic thing, right? So it's not just what they read in the textbook. It's not just showing them about Yuri Kochiyama or Malcolm X. It's also like a national collective identity around freedom that's in their bodies, right? And so you have these classes of like 5 and 6 and 7-year-olds from places to Oakland, even into the South, where they're starting to rethink, how do we bond and how do we connect with one another, and how do we relearn about our ethnic and our gender identities through this idea of collectivity. And that was really important for a lot of those movements, but especially Black Power, because this was an idea that for some folks who identified as revolutionary Black nationalists, by the point that we hit 64, 65, and the Voting Rights Act and the Civil Rights Act have come out, but as the 60s go on, people's lived material realities are not functionally changing through this legislation. People are literally thinking about, we're watching a world that's decolonizing. And they actually believe that third world communities, quote unquote, in the US, the different communities of color, and specifically Black communities of color, can create a nation within a nation, or can ask for it. Some of them by the 70s are saying we can go to the UN and take our case to the UN, right? So there's a collective Black national identity. And the way in which martial arts comes into this is really interesting, because again, they're saying, well, I don't want to participate in American football. It's also not very cost effective, right? If you're developing all these independent educational institutions so that you don't have to, quote unquote, unbrainwash your children when they get home, you can get some funding, but you're not going to have enough money to just throw away at a football program to get football gear. It's also not going to include your children across genders, right? And for most of them, that looks like quote unquote girls and boys in that historical period. And it's also not going to be a practice that you can take across your lifetime, right? And so one of the things that the martial artistry does, and that could depend on the practice, but something we were talking about earlier, I mean, some folks are really into thinking about practices like Chinese Tai Chi, right? And thinking about the ways in which, if they looked at different socialist countries, despite their own abuses and complications, they would say, what if in a practice like Tai Chi, people across all genders and all ages are doing the same thing together? And that is the point of movement and sport and embodiment. And that is our collective nation coming together, right? So martial arts allowed for a different way of being in sporting spaces and to build that sense of a national identity.
Nice. Yeah, we were talking earlier about sort of how this question came along, because when I was reading it earlier, I thought about a comment that I got on a paper once that raised the question of, the paper was about sort of like trans inclusion and within a rights-based framework. And one of the reviewers said, how do we look at this framework if sports itself is not like a rights-bearing institution, but in some ways acts like one? And so Anima and actually I wanted to ask you both this, if I could piggyback off of the question, is sort of, and when I say sports and rights, it kind of acts like a rights. I'm thinking of like the IOC and World Athletics, right? Or could it also possibly be sort of, I don't know, recreational, high school, sort of mimicking the actions of the state, as if it's sort of bearing or sort of proffering rights. So that was my question to the question, and that's why I asked.
Pop quiz. I want a yes or no answer, and I want why or why not. So do not just say yes or no to the question I'm about to ask you. I want yes, here's why, or no, here's why not. Okay? Does everyone understand? No straight yes or no answers. Yes, here's why. No, here's why not. Pop quiz. Does the left believe in individual rights? Does the left believe in individual rights? Yes or no, why or why not? Does the left believe in individual rights? Ding, ding, ding says, no, they don't believe in individuals. True. Rebel over on Rumble says, individual rights uphold capitalism. True. No, because some people can end up with more rights than others. Kind of. Well, I need more specific than that. That's not a real answer, because rights are given by an authority, aka hierarchy. Oh, good answer, Golf. That's a good one. Because they believe everyone is part of the collective. The collective makes the machine work. True. They also don't believe in private property, but that wasn't the question I asked, was it? That was not the question that I asked. The left does not believe in individualism. Nope, they don't. No, they believe in a collective and that we all work for the whole and not the single. True. Yes, tangentially, but really not the answer I was looking for. It goes against the collective. Yup. No, they believe in the rights of the group. Well, they believe in the rights of the collective. So close. They believe in collective rights. They are collective. They are not individualists. They are collective. It's about the group, not about the individual. Red Eye Good says no, because they believe individuality upholds constructs of capitalism. Very good. They believe in a collective and everyone is responsible for each other. Well done, guys. Well done. Lots of right answers. W to everyone who got a right answer. Appreciate it. No, because they don't believe in individual rights, because individualism upholds capitalist structures. Yup, Reagan in with the extra credit. Well done, guys.
Or could it also possibly be sort of, I don't know, recreational, high school, sort of mimicking the actions of the state, as if it's sort of bearing sort of proffering rights. So that was my question to the question, and that's why I asked. But sort of my response to the question itself about sports and collectivity, institutional and non-institutional, is one of the things that I poke around on my free time is, while also doing research, is looking at the various ways that folks have come together to create some sort of sports collectivity. And I use that term loosely, whether that's through fitness or through sort of playful playing, I guess you could say, because sports is a form of play, right? And one of the things I'm thinking about is there's an Instagram group. I don't think they have a website, but it's called Wrestle Your Friends.
Wrestle
Your YR friends. And I was looking at their profile or their Instagram for a paper I'm writing, and it's basically a group of folks in various parts of the country. There's like different chapters who set up like a blow up pool, pour oil in it, and then like a bunch of queer and trans folks like come in their underwear and like wrestle. And I was like, and if you just look at the pictures, there's just so much joy and so much because it's wild. Sorry, it's I'm like, this is amazing, and the only rules, because as far as institution goes, it's very rules based. If you look at the IOC and what they've been doing lately, the only rules is no transphobic ridiculing. This is an anti-racist space, right? We don't believe in safe spaces, but we believe in sort of affirming spaces and ways we can make each other comfortable and affirming, but also offer support. And I thought it was such a kind of a queer, like radically queer, thing to do. There's other groups such as Decolonizing Fitness, Radically Fit in Oakland, that has set up sort of gyms essentially as sort of specifically body affirming spaces for folks of color, folks with disabilities, and have taken a strong anti fitness industrial complex stance. Which it sort of falls under the umbrella of sports, right? If we're talking about embodiment and physicality and competition. So, yeah.
All right.
Really?
All.
I'd love to see that.
I actually wanted to kind of build on that set of comments because I'm curious about this sort of notion of the rights bearingness and this sort of question of maybe what we might call a liberal framework of trying to think about sport. And one of the things that has really come up, particularly in these sort of charged questions about who gets to compete, is the notion of fairness.
Again, appreciate it.
And I think potentially related to that, sometimes also in tension with that, the notion of equality. So one being kind of a conceptual, feature, one being a real catchword of liberalism. And I'd love to hear whether that is about kind of transness and exclusion or whether that's about something else. How fairness and equality are operating in sport and how you make sense of that.
Yeah, it kind of, what I'm about to say builds off of what CJ was saying about well, I don't know, it made me think about it, this rights-bearing element of sport alongside the collectivity. Because in the current moment, the work that is being done by sport institutions is to create a collectivity that excludes so many people in the name of fairness, in the name of equality. And it really makes me very sad. Like, that's the kind of the emotional truth of it, is that it is so overwhelmingly sad. And for me, it's sad because I set out to write this book that recovers the history of women's football in Ghana, a history that is characterized by so much institutional neglect, a lack of resources. These women are women who have, as a younger footballer said to me, the sound of "Are you a man or a woman?" rings like she said, it rings like a cell phone in the ear. And at the same time, I uncover in the archives that they too were policing other women's gender. And that was a real moment of heartbreak for me. In the name of fairness, they said, right? They said, these women who told me stories about how they got to playing because when they were coming up in the 80s and 90s, there were no women's teams, so they played with boys and men, right? They were already playing with men and they found it great and they had so much fun, and that's how they were able to come and put their teams together. And then when they became institutionalized, they were taught to start challenging the genders of other women.
Actually, Axel over on Rumble says, "This is our future government. Holy crap, we're doomed." Exactly, guys. Exactly. You want to know why we watch boring conference presentations? This is what we all have to look forward to running the government. When they win, and they're going to win. Oh boy, just saw Matt Walsh did a special today about why the DSA are now starting to see success. How much do you want to bet that Matt Walsh either doesn't know what he's talking about or overtly stole my work without crediting me? We'll see, I guess. We'll see. Maybe we should do that. Guys, here's the deal. Let me look up Matt Walsh's YouTube channel. Here is the deal. Matt Walsh, who I have not watched in a very fucking long time. We are first going to finish the trans sports presentation. If we meet the channel membership goal, which is 100 new channel members, we already got 21. If we meet the channel membership goal during the tranny sports presentation, we will watch and critique Matt Walsh's expose about who's really behind the rise of the DSA. If you guys want to do that, we can do that. We need 79 more channel memberships. If every single person in the chat just gave one channel membership, we would blow the goal out of the water. If half the people in the chat gave a channel membership, we would basically already meet the goal. And Rumble, I'm looking at you too. Don't just put this shit on YouTube, Rumble, okay? That's the deal, guys. You want to watch this Matt Walsh thing? I will watch it with you. Let's hit our channel membership goal. I know it's Monday. Mondays are weird days. We got a W from IM. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Malcolm in with a $5. W's to you, Malcolm. I so appreciate all your support, my friend. You rock. We got J-Ham Stoneface over on Rumble, holding down the fort for Rumble. 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, J-Ham. Really, really appreciate it. Did we just get some more? Hang on. We're up to 31. I need to do math carefully. We got Reddit. Reddit, thanks, bro. Long-time community member. So appreciate you, bro. W's to you. 5 channel memberships. We got 1 from a YT user. W's to you, bro. Really appreciate that. We got Shika Lago in there with a membership. W's to you, my friend. Really appreciate it. We got Anthony in with another 5 W's to you, Anthony. Really appreciate that. Big support from you. Oh, you've already given today, so I appreciate it even more. Derpy Dan, W's to you with another 1. Now I have to do math again. Hang on. 5, 10, 11, 12, 13. We got 13 more that we need to add to the thing. Okay, I need to do math real quick. 44. Look at that. We're almost halfway to the goal, guys. We're so close. Halfway to the goal. If we meet 100 channel memberships by the end of the stream, we will watch and critique the Matt Walsh expose as a dessert. Okay? So it's up to you guys. Need 56 more. Back to work. We got an hour left in this video.
Who were playing sports with them. And there are 2 stories that stick out to me. The first one is at the very first African Women's Cup of Nations, which was organized in 1998 and was hosted in Nigeria. The Ghanaian team questioned whether or not some of the players on the Cameroonian team were men and asked the officials to investigate them. And I can only imagine that by that they meant to do a genital examination. It's so deeply violent, and I think it's a form of sexual violence, right? To ask
guys,
for that to happen to these players in the name of fairness.
John,
and part of
John
it
went
was
with
that
5. John, big support from you today. You already gave once, bro. I so appreciate it. W's to you, my friend. Thank you so much for your ongoing support. You rock.
Wanted to be able to qualify for FIFA. So there's an incentive there to enact this kind of violence in the name of fairness. And like the idea of fairness is just this kind of Western liberal bullshit because
the idea of fairness is Western liberal bullshit. Guys, they believe a system of meritocracy is not fair. They believe individual rights, which they call liberal rights. They do not like liberals. They believe individual rights lead to capitalism because some people get more access to resources and money than other people. They believe meritocracy leads to capitalism because some people make more money than others. Some people have more success than others. So therefore, it upholds the capitalist system. Fairness is a kind of Western liberal idea. That's what they mean. They say fairness as in everyone shows up and maybe we keep the categories of men and women, and so women have their own sports and men have their own sports. This is a Western liberal fucking idea. These people do not like liberals. Yeah, some animals are more equal than others. Exactly. Old Sub loves the round numbers. I appreciate even numbers too, Old Sub. W's to you, my friend. Really, really appreciate it. Getting us up to our 50% mark, halfway to the Matt Walsh goal. Listen again.
In the name of fairness. And part of it was that they wanted to be able to qualify for FIFA.
Leo!
So there's an incentive.
Leo in with another round of support with 5 channel memberships. W's to you, Leo. So appreciate all your support, my friend. Thank you.
There to enact this kind of violence in the name of fairness. And like the idea of fairness is just this kind of Western liberal bullshit because what is fair in sport? And I know, I'm sure you've all heard this question before. What is fair in sport? We're very fine with Michael Phelps and his dolphin-like qualities. Or Yao Ming and like he's like 7 feet. Like what? That's what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall.
Look, most basketball players are not 7 feet tall, guys. Therefore, the tall basketball player is unfair. Listen to this again. This is wild.
So there's an incentive there to enact this kind of violence in the name of fairness. And like the idea of fairness is just
hang on, I'm just gonna clip this. I'm just gonna clip this right fucking now. I know I'm gonna clip this. We're gonna clip this. We're gonna put it on the internet. When they say Western, they mean capitalist, guys. This has nothing to do with European. Listen, okay, I'm gonna clip this. Hang on.
whether or not some of the players on the Cameroonian team were men, and asked the officials to investigate them. And I can only imagine that by that they meant to do a genital examination. It's so deeply violent, and I think it's a form of sexual violence, right? To ask for that to happen to these players in the name of fairness. And part of it was that they wanted to be able to qualify for FIFA. So there's an incentive there to enact this kind of violence in the name of fairness. And you know, like the idea of fairness is just this kind of Western liberal bullshit. Because what is fair in sport? And I know, you know, I'm sure you've all heard this question before. What is fair in sport? We're very fine with Michael Phelps and his dolphin-like qualities. Or Yao Ming, and like he's like like what? That's, you know, what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall. What is fair in sports? And yet it kind of proceeds out of this idea of universal man, and then says this is what makes this fair. But how are we thinking about sports as this pleasurable thing? I'm like so tickled by this gay wrestling situation. You don't win anything, you just have a lot of fun. And that's what a lot of athletes say. But then when we think about capitalism and how it kind of informs sports, it completely changes things. We talk about fairness.
Wait, hang on. Capitalism made sports competitive. Prior to capitalism, sports were just about having fun. They were just about gay people wrestling. And then capitalism was introduced to sports, and it made sports about competition and who could perform better and who was a better athlete and who had the better team. Better creates hierarchy. Hierarchy creates oppression. Hierarchy is a symptom of capitalism. They are literally telling you they only want sports to be completely non-competitive. That's what that's what men and women's sports, trans women and women's sports is about. That's what it's really about. It's about getting rid of the capitalism in sports, because capitalism says everything has to have these stupid bullshit liberal fairness values, and we don't think that and that means that some people are going to be better than others. That means meritocracy is going to be better, that is going to drive some people above the hierarchy and other people. Meritocracy is bad, it upholds capitalism. Individual rights are bad, they uphold capitalism. We need to decolonize sports and get rid of all competition. I'm gonna do it. Relax. Again.
Part of it was that they wanted to be able to qualify for FIFA. So there's an incentive there to enact this kind of violence in the name of fairness. And you know, like the idea of fairness is just
don't tell me what to do, Mizagan.
Western liberal bullshit. Because what is fair in sport? And I know, you know, I'm sure you've all heard this.
Mizakan is trying the big tech strategy to get his way. You've seen just how well it's working for big tech to tell me to shut up and do what he wants me to do. You've seen how well that's worked for him. How do you think it's going to work for you, asshole? Yo, we got IM with a $5 super chat. Really appreciate that, IM. How dare you feel accomplishment in any way, shape, or form? Well, accomplishment puts you above the collective. Accomplishment sets you out apart as the individual. It is really fucked up, though, isn't it? It is really fucked up. I really appreciate the super chat, my friend. Thank you.
Question before, what is fair in sport? We're very fine with Michael Phelps and his dolphin-like qualities.
They believe America is fundamentally capitalist. The entire country was built on capitalism. They don't believe that, they believe that America is a capitalist country. So Native American culture for them is different than property ownership. It's different than meritocracy. It's more about communal living. It's about collective ownership. And so they believe that when Native Americans were playing sports, that they were just like, you know, it was community and camaraderie and all that good stuff, because they believe Native Americans, before the land was stolen and privatized under capitalism to become the American government and all that stuff, they believe Native Americans lived communally, not individually. And again, guys, just as a reminder, it does not matter if that is true. It doesn't matter. It's what they believe. What they believe is all that matters, regardless of whether or not it's true, because their actions and their strategy and their organizing comes from their belief. There is nothing that you can do to debunk them. There's nothing that you can say. They believe Native Americans were a collectivist culture before the land was stolen from them and privatized under capitalism. They believe there was no private ownership before that. Thus, they believe that it was more about communal living than it was after the land was stolen. Hope that makes sense. I think AI's art is awesome, if I'm being honest about it. I think AI art is awesome. I think AI art allows people to make art regardless of if they've spent years learning how to paint. I think that's a good thing. I don't like shitting on people who are doing art in any way. I mean, I think that's kind of like, I mean, like, sorry, but like, I think that's very lowbrow. Art is art. Creativity is creativity. We need more creativity in the world, not less creativity in the world. I don't believe in shaming people for using AI to make art, because AI art can be fucking cool. You can make a lot of cool shit with AI. You can do a lot of things and get more art out there into the world and get more ideas out into the world and create really cool shit using AI. So I don't like this type of shaming around using AI. And I say that as someone who, I have spent tens of thousands of dollars on original art that is hand painted, that is drawn by extremely talented people. I put a very high value on that, so much so that I've spent a lot of money on it to hang it in my home. All right? So I don't like the shaming, though. Art is art. Creativity is creativity. We need more people doing art, not less. Yeah, it's not stealing. No, I'm sorry. I fucking hate this excuse from the, it's stealing my work. No, it's fucking not. No, it's fucking not. It's taking things that exist and iterating on them to make something new. Literally, if you cannot make art to compete with AI art, then you suck as an artist. If you cannot make art to compete with a fucking prompt, then you suck and you deserve to have your shit stolen because you fucking suck. Stop shitting on other people's art. It is not fucking helpful.
Or Yao Ming, and like he's like like what? That's, you know, what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall.
Seriously, guys, I know this is off topic, but like, the left creates art all the fucking time. The left has entire cultural centers around creating art to push their vision of the world. On our side, we have conservatards going, the only art I need is Jesus. We need to create art to compete with them. We need to use AI as much as we fucking can to create art, to create videos, to create memes, to create explainers, to create any fucking thing you guys want, if it means fighting what they're doing. And so this shitting on people for using AI, like, literally go fuck yourself and get some fucking perspective, because like, the struggle to get people to create things, to put their ideas out into the world, that is one of the biggest fucking struggles we have. This is why they own entertainment. This is why they own museums. This is why they own libraries. This is why they own book publishing. This is why they own news media, because they are out there creating stuff. People on our side don't do it. And then finally, they have a tool that lets them fucking do it, that they can actually be as creative as they want without needing to go through hundreds of hours of classes to learn how to draw or paint or any of these things. They can just be fucking creative. And people are like, I don't like AI because of my fucking feelings. What I'm saying is that you need to put your fucking feelings aside and do what is best for all of us. You shitting on people who are creating AI art does not help any of us. It helps them. Have some fucking priorities. If your art cannot compete with a fucking prompt, then you suck as an artist.
Because what is fair in sport? And I know, I'm sure you've all heard this question before. What is fair in sport? We're very fine with Michael Phelps and his dolphin-like qualities. Or Yao Ming, and like he's like what? That's, what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall. What is fair in sports? And yet it kind of proceeds out of this idea of universal man, and then says this is what makes this fair. But how are we thinking
AI
about
music
sports
is fucking
as
great.
this pleasure?
AI music allows anyone to create music. It's fucking great.
Thing. I'm like so tickled by this gay wrestling situation. You don't win anything. You just have a lot of.
Okay, this is the last thing I'm going to say about this. Guys, so many people have all these creative ideas in their head. And a lot of people have difficulty expressing the creative ideas they have in their head. And so they just sit there and they go to waste because they haven't had the ability to they think, I can't paint, I can't draw, I can't write a song, I can't write a book, I can't do any of these things. And they have these amazing creative ideas in their head, and they just sit there going completely unrealized. And now AI has given anyone in the world the ability to realize their creative ideas. And might their creative ideas suck when they first start creating them? Yes, but guess what? When you practice and you do something over and over and over and over and over, you get better at it. And creativity begets more creativity. So if people get really excited because they finally got this image in their head generated into something that was real, and they're like, holy shit, I can do this, then they can create more, and then they can, make it better next time, and then they can learn about the tool. No, well, okay, then you suck as an artist. Did you not listen to anything I fucking said? Like less than 10 minutes ago, I said, I have spent tens of thousands of dollars on original art that is sitting in my fucking house. And you're like, oh, so what you're saying is no one should bother to learn to draw. Literally, fuck you. I'm trying so hard to understand. No, you're not. No, you're not, because you're getting your fucking feelings hurt because you're being told not to stifle people's creativity. Why on earth would I spend tens of thousands of dollars on original art to hang it in my house if no one should bother learning how to draw or paint? That's fucking stupid. If your art cannot compete with someone's fucking prompt, then you suck as an artist, and your ideas suck, and your creations suck, and that is why you cannot compete with anyone with a fucking prompt. Real artists have no issue at all with other people being creative or other people iterating off of their work. It is only universally the artists that suck that are like, I hate AI because it is theft of my genius work. If your work was really that genius, then it would stand on its own fucking merits, regardless of what anyone does. Artists have been iterating on other artists for centuries. And by the way, this is the same issue people had with the camera when it first came out. Oh, if people can just take a photograph, why should we learn how to draw? It's like literally exactly the same argument. And you want to know who was making that argument back then? Shitty fucking artists. You shouldn't ever stifle someone else's creativity. If someone wants to go and create things and put ideas into the world, then you need to have some fucking perspective and encourage it, not try to make them feel like shit over it. Okay. Hey, guess what? Hey, Google girl, you're getting banned for 24 hours. Bye. Come back tomorrow. Try not to say anything stupid. No, the far left does not like AI. They don't like AI at all. Not at all. Not in any way.
qualities. Or Yao Ming, and like he's like like what? That's, you know, what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall. What is fair in sports? And yet it kind of proceeds out of this idea of universal man, and then says this is what makes this fair. But how are we thinking about sports as this pleasurable thing? I'm like so tickled by this gay wrestling situation. You don't win anything. You just have a lot of fun. And that's what a lot of athletes.
We're going back and listening again to make sure everyone actually gets the point of this.
Yao Ming, and like he's like like what? That's, you know, what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall. What is fair in sports? And yet it kind of proceeds out of this idea of universal man, and then says this is what makes this fair. But how are we thinking about sports as this pleasurable thing? I'm like so tickled by this gay wrestling situation. You don't win anything. You just have a lot of fun. And
it doesn't matter if you understand what they believe. What matters is you understand what they believe, and they are not in favor of AI. So they're not in favor of it. They're not in favor of it at all.
What a lot of athletes say, but then when we think about capitalism and how it kind of informs sports, it completely.
Yo, we got a super chat from Malcolm. Thanks, Malcolm. My admission ticket to see retard wrangling rodeo. Yeah, every single day, right, bro? I so appreciate the super chat, Malcolm. Thank you very much.
It changes things. We talk about fairness only as and when it serves some kind of nefarious. This is how I think about it, right? As and when it serves some kind of nefarious right-wing agenda, because the markets aren't fair, school isn't fair. We're getting rid of affirmative.
Fairness serves some nefarious right-wing agenda, because guys, they believe liberals are on the right. Okay, everyone needs to refocus on this now. They believe liberals are on the right. They do not believe liberals are on the left. They believe that leftists are the only people on the left. Democrats, liberals, and progressives are all on the right, to lesser extent than conservatives, but nonetheless, fairness serves right-wing agendas. Yo, Chica Logo! W's, my friend, thank you. Listen.
Proceeds out of this idea of universal man, and then says this.
Axel over on Rumble, thank you for the gifted channel membership, bro. W's to you. Appreciate it.
This is what makes this fair. But how are we thinking about sports as this pleasurable thing? I'm like so tickled by this gay wrestling situation. You don't win anything. You just have a lot of fun. And that's what a lot of athletes say. But then when we think about capitalism and how it kind of informs sports, it completely changes things. We talk about fairness only as and when it serves some kind of nefarious. This is how I think about it, right? As and when it serves some kind of nefarious right-wing agenda, because the markets aren't fair, school isn't fair. We're getting rid of affirmative action. We don't want accessibility. There are all of these areas in which.
When they say fair, they don't mean equality. They mean equity. Okay, they want equity. All resources available to everyone. That is what that means. Billy, thanks so much for the super chat, bro. My comic, Last Days of the Blood Moon, #1 on Fund My Comic. Congrats, bro. Making a comic, how cool is that? If you guys want to support his comic, you can check it out there. So appreciate the super chat.
It's not fair, and
we're gonna go back one more time. I'm sorry, guys. We're gonna go back one more time. Gonna make another clip. Hang on. Gotta do the clip again because I didn't know they got that part in.
So there's an incentive there to enact this kind of violence in the name of fairness. And you know, like the idea of fairness is just this kind of Western liberal bullshit. Because what is fair in sport? And I know, you know, I'm sure you've all heard this question before. What is fair in sport? We're very fine with Michael Phelps and his dolphin-like qualities. Or Yao Ming, and like he's like like what? That's, you know, what are we talking about? Most basketball players are not 7 feet tall. what is fair in sports? And yet it kind of proceeds out of this idea of universal man and then says this is what makes this fair. But how are we thinking about sports as this pleasurable thing? I'm like so tickled by this gay wrestling situation. You don't win anything, you just have a lot of fun. And that's what a lot of athletes say. But then when we think about capitalism and how it kind of informs sports, it completely changes things. We talk about fairness only as and when it serves some kind of nefarious, this is how I think about it, right? As and when it serves some kind of nefarious right-wing agenda, because the markets aren't fair, school isn't fair, we're getting rid of affirmative action, we don't want accessibility. There are all of these areas in which it's not fair, and the system is set up to make sure that it's not fair. But all of a sudden, as part of this gender policing and exclusionary politic, fairness becomes really important in sport. And so to me, it's a big heartbreak. Like that's the kind of the first place I come at it, especially given the context of the work I've been doing for the last few years. And it kind of is an invitation to really kind of address the capitalist underpinnings, the colonial underpinnings that are structuring this space that communities all around the world have engaged in, and have offered opportunities to think very broadly about gender. And yet here we are in this moment.
Okay. Let's pause. Let's pause for a moment. The premise here is that sports shouldn't be competitive. Competition is a form of capitalism. That's why they kept saying the impact capitalism had on sports. Capitalism to the left means competition. These are collectivists. They do not believe in competition. When I was undercover at the Socialism Conference, I saw a whole bunch of board games that these people have created for kids in their little socialist daycare. Yes, they have socialist daycare. Yes, they have kids. They have it at all their events. And when the kids go to socialist daycare at the socialist events, they play socialist games. One of those games is a socialist version of Monopoly. Monopoly is obviously capitalism. So what the socialists did is they made a socialist version of Monopoly where the kids aren't competing with each other to build the houses and build the hotels and all those things. They are working together to build the commune where everyone has access to all the houses and everyone has access to all the hotels and everyone has access to all the food and all the resources, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they basically say, Monopoly is a form of capitalism. We are decolonizing Monopoly and creating our little commune-topia game that the kids can go play in socialist daycare. That is essentially the argument they're making. They're saying capitalism imposed competition on sport and created this ridiculous notion that things needed to be fair. They consider fairness to be a liberal value. These are not liberals. Liberals promote meritocracy. They don't believe in meritocracy. They believe in collectivism. Meritocracy and individualism are forms of capitalism to them. All right? So they believe that being fair by having men's sports and women's sports is a form of capitalism because life isn't really fair. None of these capitalist systems are fair. It creates hierarchies in which some people do better than others. Some people have merits, some people don't. Some people rise to the top, some people don't. They want to create a world without competition. And yes, they're applying it to sports. That is what trans men in women's sports is about to them. And again, they're saying this explicitly. This is their conference on this topic at the University of California, Davis back in March. They're telling you, we don't want sports to be about competition. We want it to be for the love of doing it and for the love of the community. That's what this is about, guys. The goal of Queer Marxists is to abolish gender. One of the ways they want to abolish gender is through this incursion into sports so they can get rid of the idea of men's sports and women's sports, because fairness in regards to women having their own sports is a liberal value that upholds right-wing ideology. That is literally what they just said. Everyone got it? Cool.
I don't have anything profound to say about fairness. It's a hoax.
That's profound. Fairness is a hoax.
As you eloquently said, mostly because I think that the ideas of fair and unfair.
We just got a channel membership from Zane. Thank you, Zane. W's to you, my friend. I really appreciate it. Guys, we have 41 more memberships to meet our goal for today. Can we get there? Can we get a Matt Walsh bonus episode? We're going to see. Well, they're saying that they want short white guys to play in the NBA. That's them. That's not me, bro. I want to see people who can actually dunk a basketball playing in the NBA myself. Not that I watch that sort of thing, but if I were watching it, I would want to see very tall, very athletic men who can dunk a basketball. No offense, short guys. I married a short guy. I love short guys. Don't worry about it, but like probably can't play in the NBA, bro. Probably not.
Are tied to the outcome, and it's dubious because the idea of fair play, it historically goes beyond this moment of talking about like transness at the center of fair play, right? Fair play or fairness is also about, right? Are you influencing the referees, right? Is there collegiality? How are we determining the outcome? Is someone or a team predisposed to winning because of X amount of factors, right? And so the factor that the media and certain parties are politically fixated on now is particularly gender, but the idea of fairness has a much more, if it were to actually be helpful, we would be talking about fairness as in if you go between different school districts, who has a larger financial budget for sports, who has more sports for people of different genders to compete on, right? If we talk about fairness in sport, we would be talking about the fact that if you are assigned a certain sex at birth, you are from the minute that you almost step into this world discouraged from being physical and in your body and participating in the life of sport and how that's unfair, right? Or we'd be talking about the unfairness of the fact that if you are in sex-segregated sports, that you may not get the equipment or money, you may not get to play a full season, you may not have other competitors or teams because of the binary in which you've created in sport, right? And so the idea that fairness in sport is targeting trans athletes is much more about the political climate that we exist in and less about fairness in actual people being in their bodies radically and inclusively, right?
Yeah. Oh, fairness. Yeah.
This is, yeah, you should.
I did as a warm up to this panel, I had my students read a couple sports things, and then I like practiced with them, talked about what's fairness, and then they quizzed me, whatever. Anyway, but yes, agreed. The concept of fairness is a myth.
Fairness is a myth.
My next research question then is less about what's the question? Fair, like what is fairness as if it's a universal term, and as if it's a neutral term, and instead I'm trying to ask how is fairness in a particular context discerned? So in other words, when someone is, or a group or IOC organization is deploying the word fairness, what idea of fairness do they have in mind, right? Because how the International Olympic Committee deploys that term fairness oftentimes looks different from the parents or the father of a 8-year-old kid who's complaining that their kid is playing against a trans girl, right? Somewhere in the United States, and so it kind of looks differently when we look at these different locations. And under the rubric of fairness comes up, if you pay attention to the news, these words: advantage, biological advantage, unfair advantage. And as Anima was saying, like there's so many things in sports competitions, whether it's team sports or individual sports, so many factors that make it so wildly unfair. And yet we're splitting hairs and trying to count molecules of
what might make team sports unfair? What might make team sports unfair according to leftists? Give an example. There are so many factors about sports that make things unfair, and you want to complain about trans men in women's sports. There's so many factors that make them unfair. What might make sports unfair according to leftists? Some people have more muscle density than others. Yup. Starters and bench riders. Yup. Categories. Yup. Very good, Nick. That's a good one. Advantages people have, like money, training, height, muscles, spending on salaries, hierarchy. Yup. We don't all have the same ability. The equipment that we're born with, opportunity, keeping score. Exactly. It's a metaphor for capitalism. Exactly.
Testosterone, thinking that's going to be the final stamp on fairness, right? When there's access to clean air, clean water, food, access to equipment, lessons, coaches, school districts, right? That does not level the playing field. That creates a wildly what's the opposite of level?
Build a mountain. Yeah.
Mountainous. Yeah. Yeah, unfair playing fields. And so, but those things are never talked about, right? Because it's if someone doesn't have clean air, clean water, whatever, or access to lessons, right, that's their own fault. And yet when we look at individuals like Michael Phelps, who has literally the body of a fish, which is it's just amazing luck, right? But we're not saying he has an unfair advantage. And this sort of segues into the biology part, which
I mean,
okay. Also, I wrote, not to shameless plug here, but I wrote a paper called Unfair Advantage Discourse in USA Powerlifting. That's not about unfair advantage, generally speaking, but I look at this issue in a presentation that basically the medical guy in charge of USA Powerlifting gave as a justification for excluding trans athletes. And I pick apart sort of his whole presentation with slides and everything. But one of the biggest arguments against trans women specifically playing sports has to do with testosterone. How that argument gets made sort of differs. So one argument that's made oftentimes is sort of, just the latest argument that's been given is before puberty, their body was exposed to testosterone, which altered their body such that they have an unfair advantage. And this deal with sort of deploying the word testosterone and its adjacentness to biology and science, right, sort of gives it the allure of scientific authority. And these two scholars that I respect greatly, Katrina Karkazis and Rebecca Jordan-Young, wrote a book called Testosterone, an Unauthorized Biography. And they came up with this term called T-talk, testosterone talk, which is basically a form of talk where these cultural myths that we have about hormones and effects on the body, which is really about sort of our beliefs about gender, the gender binary, makes those who engage in T-talk, makes them think that testosterone is unequivocally the miracle molecule that gives folks an advantage or not. But when, and this is what their book is about, when we actually look at the science and the studies of testosterone, it's really messy and it's very, very complicated. One of the biggest questions that I get, and I'll wrap it up here, is, you know, so do they have an advantage or not, right? Like they just want to get to the bottom line. And so, like, to prepare, I've like just done the research, right?
Okay, but you need to get over that and start taking practical measures to stop them. You need to reach a state of, I realize we're here to learn. It just makes me so mad they want to destroy all humanity for their ideology. You need to get over it and take practical measures to stop them. Being outraged does nothing. Sending a mean tweet with a meme does nothing. Sitting, learning their ideology, learning what they're doing in the world, learning how they communicate, learning how they show up, going and teaching other people to identify it, that does something. That is what we're doing. You can't do that if you're so... I can't believe they're trying to destroy the world. Why can't you believe it? They've been doing this for decades. Disbelief is not going to solve the problem. Being angry is not going to solve the problem. Being outraged is not going to solve the problem. What's going to solve the problem is practical measures and actual action steps to solving the problem.
But I look at what people say about it, and hormones are complicated, endocrine systems are complicated. All right, that's the biology piece. But the sports piece, which is fascinating, is how does one measure athletic performance? Right?
By whether or not you
win.
Right,
because that's the hypothesis in these studies. Does testosterone impact athletic performance? Well, what is athletic performance? It's not the same across all sports.
Yeah.
Athletic
J-Ham Stoneface on Rumble said, you will not change them. They are not going to change. They are in a cult. They are in a cult ideology. They want to be in the cult. There is no deprogramming them from the cult. No amount of debunking them is going to change their minds. No amount of making fun of them is going to change their minds. No amount of ridiculing them is going to change their minds. They are in an ideological cult that they have been brainwashed into in the public schools since they were 5 fucking years old. The goal here is not to change them. It is not to deprogram them. It is not to debunk them. It is not to get angry at them. The goal here is to understand what they are doing so we can identify it and get ahead of them. What we are doing is learning this ideology better than anyone else so that you guys can go out into the world and wake more people up. I cannot wake everyone up by myself. I spend all this time teaching and researching and doing these streams so that I can teach you guys everything I know and everything you need to go out into the world and wake more people up. This is about awareness. We exist in a political climate where the vast majority of people are completely ignorant of this. And conservative influencers and commentators are lying to their audiences all the time. So people who think they understand it do not actually understand it. We are not only competing against the left taking over every major institution, we are competing with the right being downright retarded and liars and scammers and political narrative shills. Because that does just as much damage as the left. The right lying about the left, misinforming millions of people, lying to millions of people. That does just as much damage as the left itself. That is what we are trying to combat. The only way that we have to combat this is for you guys to learn as much as you can, go out into your community and teach people what you know and wake more people up.
Performance for a hockey goalie is different from a gymnast, is different from a synchronized swimmer, so on and so forth. So that's one. Two is how you measure testosterone, right? There's 3 forms of testosterone to begin with: bioavailable, free T, and total T, right? Which one are you measuring? They do different things.
Duchess, and with 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you so much, Duchess. W's to you, my dear. I appreciate all the support.
Accesses them differently. How are you taking it? Through saliva or blood? Because that'll give you different results.
Almost there, guys.
How are you
so close to
measuring
the goal.
athletic performance, right? If we boil it down to, let's say, power and strength, well, there's 7 different types of strength, right? Power is measured in different ways. And each of those different variations are helpful for some sports and not for others, right? So when we hear this T talk saying, oh, testosterone unequivocally unfair advantage, it's like, well, that's not what the science says, right? What studies that have been verified, vetted, and there's a sort of general consensus. That's not what it says. So I just wanted to insert that. I'll let you.
No, keep going.
No, that's amazing. I was gonna say I would just love to open it up to Anima and Mar to talk either about, you know, the like endless quest for the hormone that's gonna like tell us who has a definitive advantage or not, but more generally on the role of biological sciences on medicine, health and medicine. You know, we have that reliance on the sort of like, oh, these are objective facts. Like this will be non-political, but obviously,
Kristen, in with 5 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, my dear. I so appreciate all the support you give the community. You are awesome, amazing, you rock. We got Ben Shaw in with a gifted channel membership. W's to you, good sir. Guys, we are only 30 memberships away from our goal for the day. And if you guys get me to 100 channel memberships and you fund the stream, we're going to do a Matt Walsh bonus episode critiquing his analysis of who is behind the rise of the DSA, which you guys have been watching the DSA for years now. We have been watching the DSA on this channel for years, screaming about what they're doing, trying to get other people to cover what they're doing. Matt Walsh has discovered it. Let's see if Matt Walsh actually knows something. 30 more channel memberships will get us there. And we got some time left. We got even more time. Malcolm, big support. What a fucking legend. W's to you, Malcolm. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted channel memberships. You rock. We got to get Malcolm an emoji, I feel like. Malcolm, what would you like for your emoji? You've been such a good supporter lately, and I so appreciate it. I want you to have an emoji of your very own. Let us know what emoji you would like to put up in your honor, Malcolm. We've got Old Sub has the Plague Doctor. Cynthia has the green square for the Emerald Queen. Let us know what emoji you would like. He said Bolsheviks. Oh, God. Okay, you can think about it. No rush. It's okay. Oh, wait, you guys can't hear what I can hear. Hang on. I didn't go back to the presentation. What an idiot.
You know, we have that reliance on the sort of like, oh,
palm
these
tree?
are objective facts.
You want a palm tree? That's awesome. Can I get a round of palm tree emojis in the chat? Malcolm has given a ton of channel memberships already today. Can we get some palm tree emojis in the chat for Malcolm? Yo! Great Otis! Holding down on Rumble. 20 gifted channel memberships from Great Otis on Rumble. Big support, bro. Getting us to our 100 channel membership goal. Let's go. I so appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for funding my work. You guys can keep sending in memberships if you want. We've met the goal. We will do the Matt Walsh bonus episode. How fucking cool is that? Best community on the internet. I don't have the biggest community on the internet. I have the best community on the internet. I love you guys. I appreciate it. Jenny's in with another 5. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate all the support. You rock. W's to you.
Like this will be non-political, but obviously we know that to be not true.
Old sub had to come in. Old sub is like, I'm gonna do it too. I got it too. Oh my God, old sub, big support, massive support today from old sub. Plague Doctor emojis in the chat. You are so generous, old sub. I so appreciate everything you do. W's to you, my friend. Another 20. So that's 20 from Great Otis on Rumble, another 20 from Old Sub, another 5 from I think this is up to 125. Okay, I'm doing math in my head. Let's keep going with the presentation. Thank you guys. You guys fucking rock.
True, but yeah, just to hear your thoughts more generally on those fields and how they contribute to this debate.
I can start by saying that I come to the question of gender from an indigenous perspective. And already there, the question of bodies
not gonna be tortured on Friday.
Much more complicated. So one of the
I gotta pee again, guys. I'll be right back.
Books that I like to kind of call students' attention to is a book by Oyewumi Oyewumi. I always mix up her name like that. But it's called The Invention of Women. And in that book, what she's arguing is that that European colonizers, particularly the British, arrived on Nigerian soil and then started like imposing their binary ideas of gender onto a population that did not live gender according to those ideas. They had what Ifeoma Madumi calls a flexible gender system. And across the African continent, different feminist scholars have highlighted that. So for me, where I'm from in Ghana, we have men who are women and women who are men. We have parents who decide to raise their children by a different gender from what the doctors might say, because they need that gender in the family to play a certain role. So there are these kind of flexible modes and modalities of managing gender, so that historically, I think, right, and because like in these kind of like post-colonial spaces, so much is damaged that we kind of have to put together things. And so I like to imagine that the Obaberima, which is literally translates to a woman who's a man, and it's a term that's accepted, and footballers are called that, but sometimes market queens are called that, and that sort of thing. Sometimes people you would expect to be men are called that, and it's not, none of that is ever it was not initially derisive, but increasingly with Christian colonial gender, these kind of expansive gender.
Christian colonial gender. The idea of men and women is Christian colonial gender. What they're basically saying, guys, is that the European colonizers who stole the land from the indigenous people enforced gender norms onto the indigenous people. So the argument that they're making, and I've heard this make that, and Christianity is just a cope for capitalism. The reason they're saying Christianity is because they're referring specifically to the Christian European colonizers that stole the land from the Native Americans. What they're saying is, when the Christian colonizers stole the land, they went into these indigenous tribes and they forced the idea of men and women on them. They forced the idea of this binary gender on them. Now, this is actually far left gender nihilist thought. We've read this before. What did we read this in? Was this Baden? This may have been Baden. This may have been another anarchist text that we read this in. But I definitely remember there was a whole essay about how the Christian European colonizers went into the indigenous tribes and forced them to be men and women. Whereas before the Christian colonizers, they were all they thems, and they didn't have this rigid binary conception of gender and all that bullshit. So we've definitely read that before, though. This is not the first time I've heard this.
Queens are called that, and that sort of thing. Sometimes
wasn't Dean Spade,
people you would expect to be men are called that, and it's not. None of that is ever. It was not initially derisive, But increasingly with Christian colonial gender, these kind of expansive gender embodiments and expressions are problematic. So there's a universe in which
it was, you know what it was, Reagan? It was some book of essays that we read. It was like one of those like anarchists, like queer anarchist. I think it was queer anarchism. I bet you that's what it was. There's a book, it wasn't queer ultraviolence. I bet it was a book called Queer Anarchism that we got like halfway through. Queer anarchism is essentially a book of essays about all sorts of different topics. I'm pretty sure it was an essay in there. I'm like almost positive. We got to start doing that again. We got to start doing counter-revolutionary book club again.
Whatever that is. And to CJ's point, it's actually much more complicated than
queering anarchism.
Whatever we're being told from the White House. Is there's this universe in which biology is only a portion of what gender is and can be. And when we think about it that way, I think about Caster Semenya, whose mother said, "What are you talking about? Of course she's a girl. Like I raised her as a girl. She understands herself as a girl, and the whole world is telling her that she's intersex, right? But she understands herself as a woman." I think about a footballer in Ghana who was kicked off the team.
It's not revisionism. It's primary sources. It's a book of essays. Queering anarchism is a book of essays. Here, I'll show it to you. Queering anarchism. If you want to read Queering Anarchism, you can find the whole thing in the Anarchist Library. Make this a little bit smaller. That's what it looks like. It's got a whole bunch of interesting stuff in it. There you go, if you want to read it. We've read a lot of this stuff. We haven't read all of it, but we've read quite a bit of it. It's all the fucking gender bullshit. Look at this. All sorts of crazy bullshit. Very long fucking book. Oh, we got to go back on that one. We got to do it at some point when I feel up to it.
Because the coach decided that she wasn't woman enough and had her tested, and they determined that she was intersex. I spoke to her recently. She's like, yeah, it's been a really difficult thing for me. I'm a woman. She continues to play on women's teams, but it's been challenging for her to play.
Guys, you got to understand, like, the winners write the history books. It doesn't matter if it's revisionism. It doesn't matter if it happened or not. These people are the ones writing books. People on our side don't write books. These people write books. People on our side don't own bookstores. These people own bookstores. The people on our side don't get their books into colleges and universities. These people do. The people who are writing the books create the story of history. It does not matter if it happened or not. That is what is going to perpetuate into the future. So if you don't like the history that they're writing, start writing your own books. That's why publishing and trying to write books for me is a big part of what I see myself doing for the foreseeable future. I know I haven't published a book in a while. I know I owe you guys at least 5 or 6 books by now. I know. But we all need to be out doing this. There are almost no conservative bookstores. There are almost no conservative bookstores. The left has bookstores all over the country. The left has book publishers that are just churning out far left books. The left creates zines and distributes them for free. The left puts their ideas out into culture all the time. They are the ones writing the history. Does it matter if it's true? No, not to them, because they're crafting a narrative to get the masses on board with overthrowing capitalism, which they believe is the highest priority, okay? So if you don't like what they're writing, write your own books. There's no excuse. I was just talking with Amalek about this. Amalek has apparently figured out some way to get his AI thing to track all the things that he talks about, like he basically has conversations with the AI about his life and about his experience and stuff like that. And he's working on a book, and I'm really excited about it, and I can't wait to read it, honestly. He's working on a book about his life and his experience and different things that he's done and different thoughts that he has and stuff like that. He has created an AI tool to help him do this. He was telling me about it, and I was like, Amalek, that sounds fucking awesome. How can I do that? And he's like, you need to tell Claude to go code it for you. And I was like, maybe I'm going to do that. And the thing is, guys, I wrote books before AI. I wrote multiple books with no AI at all. Writing books with AI is so much fucking easier. No one has any excuse. I'm not saying have the AI write your book for you. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is AI is such a useful tool to take those thoughts that are in our head and make them usable and actionable as a book. Anyone can publish a book. You do not need a book deal to publish a book. You can self-publish it through Amazon. I have had 2 book deals with 2 big-time New York publishing houses. I currently self-publish my own books on Amazon because I make more money that way. I had my first book deal, I got a $40,000 fucking advance, which is really big for a first fucking book deal, by the way, with Penguin Random House. I had one of those big time book deals that most people would kill to fucking have. I have made more money in the long term publishing my own books from fucking Amazon than I made with the big time book deal with the big time New York publishing house. Self-publishing is available to everyone. AI is available to everyone. We have no excuse anymore. You might say, I'm not a good writer. Get the AI to help you. Get the AI to teach you how to be a good writer. Get the AI to help you wordsmith. Get the AI to help you find your voice. I used AI to learn how to write fiction. I had the AI teach me how to write fiction. I had the AI help me brainstorm. I had the AI help me experiment with different ideas. I've written 2 fiction books now because I got the AI to teach me how to do it. I had these stories in my head. I didn't know how to write them because I'd never written fiction before. The AI helped me to do it. So no one has any excuse. We all need to be producing this material. This is not just for today. It's for history, guys. We are producing this material for history. You got 43 titles? Yo, let's go! Kevin Smith, 43 fucking books. Let's go.
The country of her birth, on the national team that she wanted to play for. It's been challenging for her to play because they followed the rules brought down from above that if she looks suspicious, because that also becomes part of the biological argument, right? Some of us are suspicious in our gender presentation. And so, and it's all couched in this language of science and reason. And yet, what is the underlying science? What is the reason? I think it goes back to this fairness thing. It's couched in these ideas of Western liberal values and ideals, but it's doing something else entirely. And so it behooves us to really kind of push back against these things and have a critical perspective on that. To make a little plug, I think this is why the humanities and interdisciplinarity is so important. And it's why we have to fight for it within the university or whatever spaces in which we're educating ourselves, because once these opportunities to question these received wisdoms go away, then we're kind of narrowing the possibility of human existence. And, you know, that really
Hey, Mac B, do you mind delaying the start of your Aerosmith concert watch party tonight? Let me know in the chat. Mac B is supposed to have an Aerosmith concert watch party in about an hour, a little over an hour. I might need a little bit more than that to finish the stream, and I know Mac B will let me do it because he lets me be flexible like this. But I want to encourage everyone, especially new channel members, to go join the Discord tonight. Mac B is doing an Aerosmith concert watch party, and I bet it's going to be fucking awesome. I just hope you can be flexible. I'm going to try to get the stream done as quickly as I can, but we have to do the Matt Walsh thing. I appreciate it.
Undermines all of our freedoms.
Yes.
I'll be quick.
Thank you, MacB. I love you. Thank you.
Biological sciences and medicine are out of my wheelhouse, besides critiquing them and their histories. So, but my understanding, ZJ, is that even the amount of studies on trans athletes still at this point, like you would not be able
Thanks,
to
Mike.
do a course,
Appreciate it very much, bro.
a history
You
course
rock.
on the history of trans athletes studies, right? In this moment. Sometimes it's wild to me the amount of scientific or medical studies you can take and that someone can make an argument off of. And as a trained historian, I'm like, do you know how many years I have to spend in an archive just to maybe creep out and maybe feel like I can make an argument that maybe somebody can interview me about, that they can then maybe present to a larger governing body? Absolutely nothing. I'm like, this is a wild time to be alive. I'm like the social scientists doing okay, but the hard sciences just moving left and right, right? And then people just take their conclusions, which sometimes they're very good at saying, this is a very specific study where we studied 40 people of this race and this, et cetera, right? And then they get over extrapolated, right? So sometimes it's about the ways in which we get into the different histories of how we can weaponize, right, a very small idea around science and biology. And I liked your point. I think it was about, we never talk about, we get so
Not
fixated
really,
on
Chicalago.
testosterone, right? And the quote unquote advantages, right? And then we get this fixation, particularly on this over, like almost evil over scrutinization of like trans feminine bodies, right? And then what happens then for me that I'm always interested about for people with the biology debates, I think a lot of people in trans studies agree, is that somehow the idea of like trans masculinity and like trans men, right, in competition, silence, right? And so, but we have cases about them, right? I mean, you have Pat Manuel, who is one of the bigger like trans men boxers, right? Who's been trying to, who has on and off for the last many years, has gotten some fights, but has gone long gaps without being able to, right? And so he's going through a very different type of struggle, but he is not the typical object of fascination when we connect the idea of biological fairness, which is why I know that it's not real, right? And I think I will just stab at it from a case that I can do, which is we talk about the history of sport itself, right? The thing that I think people forget is that they almost think that sports...
Feminism is not a gateway to communism. Most feminists aren't communists. I don't agree at all that the left uses feminism as a gateway to communism. Most feminists are not communists according to communists. Communists don't like a lot of feminists. So I understand why you say that, but I think this is a right-wing perspective. I don't think that this is true in any real way. So I just disagree.
Are just sciences, right? That basketball is just this natural thing like physics, as if we didn't create the sport of basketball, right? And as if during the late 60s and early 70s, they didn't literally penalize blackness, right? Yet again, and the ways in which young black cis men were embodying blackness in the NCAA, and then literally you were not allowed to dunk in the NCAA because of it was Lou Alcindor, right? Who becomes Kareem Abdul-Jabbar for years, because they changed the game, right? They created a game of basketball that they imagined for more average height, medium white cis kings to play from the Midwest to do their free throws. Whatever. Some of them are short kids. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that not the tall Scandinavian Vikings, but like the regular white guys from the cornfield, so they could shoot 3-pointers and free throws. And then here come these guys who are like, oh, we're actually going to innovate. We're going to keep getting taller and taller. So even when we make this binary between women's basketball, which is played by people of many different genders, and men's basketball, right?
Women's basketball is played by people of many different genders. Again.
Some of them are short kids. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The point is that not the tall Scandinavian Vikings, but like the regular white guys from the cornfield, so they could shoot 3-pointers and free throws. And then here come these guys who are like, oh, we're actually going to innovate. We're going to keep getting taller and taller. So even when we make this binary between women's basketball, which is played by people of many different genders, and men's basketball, right? what we think of as men's basketball players today is not what they looked like 100 years ago, right? And they even tried to keep many of them out because they thought it was unfair to be able to dunk on those boys from the cornfields, right? And now somehow we've erased that history, and now it's just a biological standard in a certain way that if you want to play basketball, you have to play it this way. And if you can't play it this way, then somehow you need to be in another league or we're going to look down on you, right? We never talk about how these false ideas around biological advantage are actually the reason why quote unquote women's sports are so siloed. I'm always like, this is wild to me. I was like, you mean that one poor like trans girlie who wants to play in this sport on her afternoons after she goes and sees her nice boyfriend and picks flowers, you think she's a problem, but you don't think that Kathy Engelbert and the NBA are a problem for women's sports? I'm like, that's the hard science. I'm like, that's way more real than any of the scientific advantage that we know to be true.
The NBA is the real problem for women's sports, guys. Yep. Yep. Chris, is this statement true? The far left does not like feminism because it enforces the idea of gender, which they want to abolish. Yeah, I mean, basically, yeah. So to the far left, the only people who are real feminists are anti-capitalist feminists who want to abolish the gender binary. So if someone is saying women are a biological thing, that is not what the left does not believe. That the left does not support that. The left does not want that in their ideology. So when feminists like J.K. Rowling are saying biological women are a real thing and they deserve their own fucking sports because they're different than men and they should be able to play sports without men, encroaching on them, that obviously and clearly is not supported by these people, because this is a whole presentation about how sports shouldn't even be competitive and trans women should be able to play women's sports and stuff like that. So yes, the upholding of the gender binary is going to be the central issue because they do not believe women should exist.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nice.
Well stated, everyone. All right, so I think we're gonna end with
Q&A.
this question. So
Q&A.
Comments on that, and then we'd like to open it up to the rest of the audience. So start thinking about your questions now, and in the meantime, I'll ask you this. So all of your comments really made me think about.
No, again, they believe the only true form of feminism is anti-capitalism, which wants to abolish the gender binary. Not all feminists are feminists according to the left. They have a very specific definition of what feminism means. And when you're talking about women saying, we can vote, we can go to work, we can do this, I mean, that's not necessarily aligned with their definition of feminism. Because if you don't want to abolish the gender binary, they don't believe you're really a feminist.
Dr. Ajapong, your kind of discussion of the imposition of the gender binary. Dr. Aziz, your kind of discussion about the imposition of whiteness on standards of athleticism, and
whiteness means capitalism.
Biology and science is kind of brought in these really manipulated ways to kind of underpin the naturalness of these, right? And so
Malcolm, if you don't, queer culture wants to abolish gender. Abolishing the gender binary is like priority number one of queer culture. We have spent the last several days watching presentation after presentation after presentation where they say they want to abolish the gender binary. They want to get rid of the identity categories. This is like, in queer culture, there is no greater priority than abolishing the gender binary. It undergirds every single thing they do. So if someone is coming in and saying, I am a woman, that is inherently against queer culture. Queer culture does not believe the category of women exist. This is why Matt Walsh is completely ineffective when he says, what is a woman? And this is why conservatives sound like retards every time they ask the left to define what a woman is. The left does not believe a woman is a real thing. They don't believe it's biology. They believe it is a social construct created by capitalism that upholds capitalist norms. So any ideology that upholds that women are a biological reality is fundamentally antithetical to queer culture. And again, that's central to their belief system. So if someone like J.K. Rowling says, women should have their own sports because they are women and it is biological. She is not a feminist according to them. This is why we get so pedantic about the definitions, guys. The definitions actually matter. They actually mean things. They have real world implications. If you don't understand how the left defines things, you don't understand them.
All that and thinking about how
Yeah. Well,
these
thanks for the
racist
support,
and
Malcolm. I'm happy to
colonial
explain stuff.
policies
No
and
worries.
surveillance so deeply shape what comes to stand as sport and competition. And those are so persistent in the way that they reproduce themselves.
And this is why, guys, this is why it's so important to understand the difference between liberals and leftists and understand that they are not the same thing. They are fundamentally different. Liberals want to uphold gender. Leftists want to abolish gender. These are completely different ideologies. That is why I emphasize these are not liberals. These are not Democrats. These are not progressives. These are communists. These are queer Marxists. They do not want the categories of gender to exist. You don't have to like liberals, but if you're intellectually honest, you have to acknowledge their definitions of things and their goals and their desires are fundamentally different than these people. And if you can't tell the difference, you've been watching too much conservative retard media and you need to hinge into reality because this is just fact.
And really invite a new kind of unfreedom into this set of practices that, as many of you have mentioned, are truly about play and freedom. So I'm curious if you have any thoughts about, given all of that, what might freedom look like in sport and play? It's not necessarily an easy or answerable in a sense question, but what are some elements of what freedom might look like given those trying to move beyond some of those constraints?
Do you want? I can.
Go on.
Yeah, I like your question about freedom and play, how it relates to the ideas of nationalism, transphobia, colonization, etc. Even
all
going
words
back to
that
the question
nationalism, transphobia, and colonization are all references to capitalism, by the way, if you guys didn't know that.
Yeah, I like your question about freedom and play, how it relates to the ideas of nationalism, transphobia, colonization, etc.
Capitalism.
Even going back to the question of biology, there's an obsession with the idea of quote unquote strength in sport, which is actually an obsession with upper body strength. Let's be very clear, right? And the idea that your upper body strength determines what type of athlete you will or will not become, right? We never think about peak athleticism as flexibility, right? If you reimagined American like football, and if you needed a quarterback that had to have the most flexible arms and legs ever, you would not have your, favorite 17-year-old cis boy named Trevor be the quarterback, right? You would have somebody who's much more flexible, right? Either through hard work or through the advantages that they have on an individual basis, actually be the quarterback, right? And so I think when I think about how do we reimagine sport, the ways in which we think about sport and competition, especially in the US, is inherently linked to militarism and competition, right? I mean, you have the NFL coaches like Vince Lombardi who are literally telling people, no, there's a moment where actually they thought about being like, should we teach more young kids like Japanese judo, right? And, or let's bring back boxing, right? Sort of Western boxing. And there's this moment where these football coaches are like, we can teach this type of physicality, this type of team building, and like this win at all costs idea in football, right? And so there's a way in which, as we see capitalism and sport come into being, right? And people's investment in sport. Well, let's have separate leagues. Let's have one that's overly monetized, right? And let's pay.
Capitalism created gendered sport. It overly monetized men's sports and under-monetized women's sports, thus creating the patriarchy of sport. They're saying the only reason that men have different sports teams than women is because of capitalism. because they believe capitalism created the gender binary of men and women. They don't believe men and women are biological. They believe these are socially constructed categories created by capitalism. That is why capitalism created gender sports, because without capitalism, the idea of gender, the social constructs of gender, wouldn't exist. You guys get it? Well, honey, they're teaching that hypothetical world to your children in K through 12 public schools, so perhaps hinge into fucking reality. Again.
Or young kids like Japanese judo, right? And, you know, or let's bring back boxing, right? Or sort of Western boxing. And there's this moment where these football coaches are like, we can teach this type of physicality, this type of team building, and like this win at all costs idea in football, right? And so there's a way in which, as we see capitalism and sport come into being, right? And people's investment in, well, let's have separate leagues, let's have one that's overly monetized, right? And let's pay sport athletes of a particular gender, of a particular race, more than we pay other people. All of that comes back to these ideas of colonialism and militarism, right? I mean, even if you think about the idea in Vietnam, right? It's not a sport, but they literally wanted to create soldiers who thought about colonialism and winning on behalf of the US as a sport, right? And that allows you to then reimpose different ideas around race, gender, and sexuality if you were able to win a war, right? And if that can all come back down to the micro things that we're teaching young children, right? So if the 60s and 70s radicals, some of who participated in this very small but very verbose sports liberation movement, lots of Black Power activists, lots of folks on the New Left were like, what if sports were for everyone? Dr. Paul Hotch, he wrote this article after he was thinking again about sort of like martial arts in China and Tai Chi. And he was like, what if sports were for the people, right? And you have these folks named Mickey and Jack Scott, who are really big at UC Berkeley, who are also traveling to places like Cuba. Again, places that are very complicated themselves in terms of like nationalism and gender, but they're going to places and saying, actually, I went to Cuba and the idea of a tomboy doesn't exist. I see young cis girls playing in their bodies, right? And that's a different orientation to the world than in which we're experiencing here.
Cuba.
Anyway, I say all that to say, again, we created sport, right? So we create the fact that on a floor routine, there's absolutely no way that, Michael Phelps could not beat Simone Biles on floor, right? Is that Simone Biles' biological athletic advantage? Would anyone like make it that way? There are people who are really modeling, if we just get out of that.
Maybe Michael Phelps couldn't beat Simone Biles, but do you know who could beat Simone Biles, guys? Do you guys know who could actually beat Simone Biles on the floor exercise? A male fucking gymnast. Like pretty much any elite male gymnast could beat Simone Biles on the floor exercise, because men are inherently more powerful. They can do more flips and twists in the air. So could Michael Phelps do that? No, Michael Phelps is a swimmer. Do you know who could beat Simone Biles? Every fucking male gymnast.
And we think about sport, again, outside of just competition, and again, going back to collectivity, and about like being in your body across ability, across age, right? If you're supposed to be an embodied person, and if sport could be fun, right? Then we actually probably wouldn't need gender binary categories, right? I mean, I don't play it, but for all the like ultimate.
We wouldn't need gender binary categories, you don't say. If we were just being civil, and sports was just about fun, and sports was not about competition, we wouldn't even need these gender binary categories. Exactly, because they're trying to abolish the gender binary.
Again, outside of just competition, and again, going back to collectivity, and about like being in your body across ability, across age, right? If you're supposed to be an embodied person, and if sport could be fun, right? Then we actually probably wouldn't need gender binary categories, right? I mean, I don't play it, but for all the like ultimate Frisbee nerds in the world, right? Who, again, also many of them very problematic when you think about the cishet men who play Frisbee. But I mean, in terms of like, I was listening to this great podcast, And I was like, oh yeah, like ultimate frisbee, like when you have the mixed gender category or the inclusive gender category, right? People are using different skills and their natural assets, right? So even if you're not the biggest person on the field, if you're shorter and quicker, or you can like move your feet in a certain way, or you can get under someone and throw a frisbee, right? That it makes it a different
Guys, all sports should be ultimate frisbee. What could possibly go wrong? All sports should just be ultimate frisbee, guys. You know, I mean, listen, if I were the right, I would start making the argument to eliminate all women's sports and make all sports non-gendered. You really want to believe in meritocracy? Get rid of all women's sports, make all sports non-gendered so that everyone gets to try out for the same fucking team and the best people get on the team. Now, is that going to lead to women playing sports? No. But most women who are playing in women's sports support this shit. So fuck them. Fuck them. This is what these people are saying they want. They literally just said it. They said, get rid of the binary categories of men and women in sports. Fine. Fine. Let's make everything ultimate frisbee and fucking hacky sack. Let's just do that. Why don't we just do that? And that way we can stop having this fucking argument and they would feel like they won. And quite frankly, we'd probably have better sports. Does anyone actually like watching women's sports? Does anyone actually like women's sports? I'm not talking about you guys ogling beach volleyball players, right, guys? I'm not. You aren't watching fucking beach volleyball because of the athleticism. You're watching beach volleyball because their asses are hanging out of the bathing suit. That's why you're watching it, okay? Does anyone actually like women's sports for the superior athleticism that they display? No. Maybe tennis. Maybe tennis. Okay, we've got one exception. I like gymnastics, guys. I look forward to the Olympics every single time for the gymnastics. Okay, yeah, they can stay. They can stay. But like for the most part, women's sports sucks. There are rare exceptions. I can give the figure skaters a W as well. Women's figure skaters do incredible things. I can give them a W. But for the most part, women's sports sucks and no one wants to watch it. And that's why they make less money than the men do, because people want to watch the men's sports because it's superior athleticism. They don't want to watch the women's sports, with rare exception.
Type of sport, right? What would it be like if Paige Beckers and LeBron James were on the same basketball team, right? One, they would beat everyone. And two, right, we would all probably still enjoy watching that, but that probably doesn't fit into capitalist consumption, or they're afraid it will, right? And obviously we know that gender and capitalism and nationalism are all related, right? So if we rate...
You don't say they, them. You're telling me gender and capitalism and nationalism are all related because they're all the same issue? Can I get some Karlyn was rights in the chat? I've been trying to explain this for like 3 streams of these people. Can I just get some Karlyn was right? If you let them talk long enough, this is why we listen to them, guys. If you let them talk long enough, they tell you exactly what they think. Gender and capitalism and nationalism are all the same issues. Gender is a manifestation of capitalism. They believe gender was created as a social construct by capitalism. Nationalism means borders. Borders are the enforcement mechanism of capitalism. They want to get rid of all borders because it overthrows capitalism. They want to abolish ICE because ICE are the protectors of capitalism. They want to abolish the gender binary because that's getting rid of these socially constructed categories created by capitalism called men and women. That is what the gender binary is. That's what the patriarchy is. Gender, capitalism, nationalism, all the same thing, all the same monster.
Right? One, they would beat everyone. And two, right, we would all probably still enjoy watching that, but that probably doesn't fit into capitalist consumption, or they're afraid it will, right? And obviously we know that gender and capitalism and nationalism are all related, right? So if we raise certain people to believe that they can't compete in a sport very well, right? And then folks who are trans, whether they realize when they're 3 or they're 35, if we just push them out so that they have no space, sport becomes this thing that is very elitist and is very exclusive, right? But we could very easily wave a non-transphobic Harry Potter wand and say, hey, let's have co-ed teams everywhere. And in fact, we don't even have to use co-ed. Let's have gender inclusive teams. Let's reimagine sport, right? You can dunk or...
We don't even need... See, give the left exactly what they want, guys. We don't need co-ed teams. Let's just have gender inclusive teams. Let's just have one team of all the fucking genders. Just give them what they want. Just give them what, get rid of, I promise you guys, if the right started making the argument to eliminate women's sports altogether, that would actually probably turn more people against them. Because you have them on video now saying, hey, we just want to get rid of gendered sports. We want to get rid of women's sports. We don't want co-ed teams. We want them to be gender inclusive teams. They are telling you what they want. Just give it to them. And they're going to piss off all the liberals, because these are not liberals, these are leftists. That's two different things. They're going to piss off all the liberals, and then the liberals are going to be like, what the fuck? And that you want to create infighting on the left? Make the argument to eliminate women's sports based on their argument. That's going to piss off the liberals, and then the liberals are going to start fighting with them. Ginny, thank you so much for the super chat, my dear. This may be bad, but every time you're right, I'm putting money in that jar. Hey, I appreciate that. You guys can feel free to do a Karlyn was right tip jar. I appreciate it very much, Jenny. Thank you for all your support. Again?
Very exclusive, right? But we could very easily wave a non-transphobic Harry Potter wand and say, hey, let's have co-ed teams everywhere. And in fact, we don't even have to use co-ed. Let's have gender inclusive teams. Let's reimagine sport, right? You can dunk or you can do the free throw, right? You can run really quickly. You can stretch beyond imagine, right? If you want to do floor and you look like someone who does sumo wrestling, you can do floor, right? And so that requires...
If you are a 500-pound sumo wrestler, you can totally do flips on the floor exercise in gymnastics. Can someone please make me an AI video of a 500-pound sumo wrestler doing the floor exercise in gymnastics?
Inclusive teams. Let's reimagine sport, right? You can dunk or you can do the free throw, right? You can run really quickly. You can stretch beyond imagine, right? If you want to do floor and you look like someone who does sumo wrestling, you can do floor, right? And so that requires an uninvestment in the systems that created these games in the first place.
Okay. No, I'm digging it because it's a hard question.
Yeah.
And it's a question that kind of my initial impulse has been abolish gender, not just in sports, but like point blank period. But then, people love it.
Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Guys, are you telling me the queer Marxist wants to abolish gender, not just in sports, but period? Did anyone not believe me until this point, and now you've just heard the queer Marxists say, yeah, I just want to abolish gender, not just in sports, just everywhere. I just want to abolish all gender. Did anyone not believe me that this is what they were trying to do, and now you've been faced with the harsh reality that they say this out loud? Again, they, them.
My initial impulse has been abolish gender, not just in sports, but like point blank period. But then, people love their genders and get pleasure out of it. And you don't want to take that away from the people. But I really like what Em was saying about the reimagining portion, because to my mind, and I'm just going to go back to the context of women's football. When these women that I learned from, spoke with, studied with, when they were playing in this...
Guys, if I make clips of this stuff explaining things that everyone wants me to make clips of, you guys have to share it, okay? You guys have to like the video, you have to share the video, you have to comment on the video. If I go through the trouble of making clips, you guys have to spread it around the internet, all right? That's the rule.
70s, 80s, when it was not about the nation, when it was not about making money, when it was for fun, it was a very different kind of sport. And it's that reminder, we create sport. It's not, I think, what is it? Pickleball. What is that?
Yeah, pickleball. How does that work?
We make sport up. It's fun. We have the wrestling, oil wrestling. Like this is literally within our power. And so it's all well and good, and we can remember that. And we also need to remember that it's within this capitalist colonial institution.
Oh,
and so the work of reimagining sport is a work of completely reimagining the world. Like it's not possible.
We're reimagining sport. We're removing capitalism from sport by removing gender from sport as a way of reimagining the world. Removing capitalism from the world, abolishing gender from the world. Does everyone understand the argument being made? They're using sport as a microcosm to reimagine all of society, to abolish gender explicitly. That means abolish men and abolish women, make everyone a they them. Listen again from the beginning. Let's see.
Kind of my initial impulse has been abolish gender, not just in sports, but like point blank period. But then, you know, people love their genders and get pleasure out of it. And you don't want to take that away from the people.
Thank you, Andre.
But I really like what Em was saying about the reimagining portion, because to my mind, and I'm just going to go back to the context of women's football. When these women that I learned from, spoke with, studied with, when they were playing in the 70s, 80s, when it was not about the nation, when it was not about making money, when it was for fun, it was a very different kind of sport. And it's that reminder, we create sport. It's not, I think, what is it? Pickleball. What is that?
Totally. Totally.
We make sport up. It's fun. We have the wrestling, oil wrestling. Like this is literally within our power. And so it's all well and good, and we can remember that. And we also need to remember that it's within this capitalist colonial institution. And so the work of reimagining sport is a work of completely reimagining the world. Like it's not possible, I don't think, to do one and not the other. And I'm in this kind of moment in my own life right now where I'm like, when I think about that sort of stuff, I get very overwhelmed. And I'm like, well, how do you do that? Where do you start? And so I really appreciate what Em just said, because we can do it in ways in our little groups, but we always have to kind of keep that bigger picture in mind, because we do need to abolish capitalism. We do need to abolish colonialism. We're still living in colonial times. And capitalism and colonialism are strongly interrelated in how gender operates, in how sexuality is managed.
Again, another emphasis for the quiet part out loud. We need to abolish capitalism. We need to abolish colonialism. Colonialism means stealing the land from the indigenous people, privatizing it under capitalism. The capitalism and colonialism are interrelated with gender. That's because they believe the European colonists who stole the land from the indigenous came to America and forced their idea of the gender binary on the indigenous. They forced the indigenous people to believe that men and women are a thing, where prior to the European colonists coming to America, indigenous people had all sorts of genders and there were all sorts of non-binary stuff going on. But when the European colonizers, the people who stole the land from the indigenous, came to America, they forced their rigid gender binary norms of men and women. That is why capitalism and colonialism are interrelated with gender. That is why. Does everyone understand? One in the chat if you understand what I just said, two in the chat if you're confused. Listen again.
in our little groups, but we always have to kind of keep that bigger picture in mind, because we do need to abolish capitalism. We do need to abolish colonialism. We're still living in colonial times. And capitalism and colonialism are strongly interrelated in how gender operates, in how sexuality is managed, in migration, and all of these things. And I'm also really glad you mentioned ability, because we haven't really talked about that.
Yep.
And that too is something that we need to think about within sport, because if one of the things I really remember noticing was during the 2012 London Olympics, where they always said the Olympic and Paralympic Games. And it was like my first time hearing it talked about in that way. And it's like, yeah, it's a reminder that a lot of different kinds of bodies engage in sport. And we have to be conscious of that, because it's about being in your body and the pleasure of that. And when we have bodies, we're very blessed.
I saw that, Master Shake. I saw that, yeah.
It's like all of these things happen, but we have bodies. And so as we think about, if we call it inclusion, if we call it accessibility, whatever we're calling it, it's this reminder that when
actually, let me show you guys what Master Shake just sent me. I did see this earlier, but it's directly related to what we're talking about right now. So let me show you what he just sent me. He sent me this story from the New York Post. WNBA team reveals new queer turtle mascot to taunt Indiana Fever star Sophie Cunningham. The mascot is queer because queer wants to abolish gender. Queer does not want women's sports to exist. They said that in this presentation. Why don't they move to a country that supports that? Tell me you don't know anything about the left without telling me. Tell me you have never listened to the left in your life. The left does not believe countries should exist. The left does not believe borders should exist. The left believes that the United States are the first domino to creating a worldwide communist utopia. The left believes a worldwide communist utopia cannot happen without the United States falling to communism. The left believes that communist countries cannot exist among capitalist countries. I wonder why they'll never move. Those are the reasons, bro. Those are the reasons. You've never listened to the left in your life. They say this all the fucking time. Stop acting like you're some smart person that understands what you're talking about, because if you don't know that the left doesn't want countries to exist because they don't want borders to exist, you don't understand the left.
Broadly about bodies and how bodies get to take part and how different bodies can participate in these physical cultures in different ways as well. But yeah, I don't have an answer to the question. I just really like what Em said. So, yeah.
Yeah, I agree with what you both said.
Yeah. The Paralympics has some mixed gender categories already. They're not all, but some of them already are. Yeah.
Okay. So
thank you, Dr.
Now
Zeus.
we'll open it up to the audience. If anyone has any questions that you'd like to ask, yes.
You get two for that one.
Is, I mean, in all our classes, we're learning about this right now, but I really like the way you all link colonialism to sports and also nationalism. But I was thinking of sports. I know the T talk is a lot about physical ability, but there are also sports like chess, which don't count physical ability. And I was reading about how the International Chess Federation temporarily banned transgender women from competing in women's events. And I feel like there's still a widespread notion that other than the T-talk, there's also like brain talk, I guess, that men are just inherently, or people assigned me like birth, they're inherently smarter. And I don't even understand why chess was divided in the first place, but but to ban transgender women, how would you kind of look at that from the point of view of our discussion?
I remember reading that and had the same question, like chess, what? Why is it segregated? And I think two things happen, right? It's like, we cannot discount the deep trans-antagonism of the moment. It's just like a straight up thing. So I think on that level, it's just we live in a world that really, really, really hates trans women specifically. Because to M's point, there's a lot of trans men out there who are doing sports, and it's not like we're having the best time, but at the same time, that kind of microscope is not so much on trans men in sport. But I do think your second point is really well put. The idea of men's of men's superiority, to me, really characterizes a lot of the conversation about sport and advantage and ability. It's just a blatant acceptance in this world that men are better than women. It's not deep, you know. It's not deep, and but it's dangerous. And it's dangerous because we're seeing how it's playing out in so much of life. So, for example, we're in a university now. I don't know about the
bro. Again, you're not fucking following. Are you smart enough to be here? So, excuse me, the left wants to destroy our country. The left does not believe borders should exist. They don't believe the country should exist. By removing borders, well, you got that, but apparently you don't understand that means no fucking country. And flooding the country, no fucking country, zero immigration, zero fucking borders. With people who are from here, no country, no borders, no immigration, and don't assimilate. There's nothing to assimilate to if there aren't any fucking borders, you retard.
Particular demographics of Davis, but across the United States, there are more women in college than there are men. And there are real questions to be asked about that. Why are the men not going to college? If you recall, it's only like the 1970s that women were allowed to go to certain schools, right? So it's not like women have been allowed in university that long. But then there's this idea of like, when a certain space becomes feminized, then men leave. And I'm using like these binary terms because that's also part of how this is all structured. So I do think those kinds of deeply patriarchal and misogynistic ideas are part of what is shaping the conversation at a high level. And then there's the deep antagonism towards trans women, which I'm sure someone else might be able to build up on. But yeah, that superiority, I think, is a big part of it.
No. Do you want to go? Okay. Sure. I do recommend the Sunday Pick, The Past and Future of Gender in Sport. It's a very good TED Talk. And do you know Laura Pagano's work?
Yeah.
I haven't gotten through it yet, so we'll have to reconvene for a book club next year. But basically, she co-authored a book also called Separate But Equal. And so she and the host Jody are also having this very interesting conversation. But yeah, something about like they talk about mentality too, right? That like,
yeah. I know the book.
Yeah. And talking about like, if you're literally raised to think that you're inferior, and that includes sport, that literally rewires like your ability and your brain to do things, right? So you're already starting out from a disadvantage.
The brain. Okay.
But I like your question a lot because I often think about what is being erased or what is being hidden, right? So when like, you know, trans femmes are like literally being made the center enemy, when literally I could tell you, like, as a martial artist, as a self-defense instructor in Seattle, which is probably now the transit city in America, right?
Transit city, average person, it's over.
To get particularly trans femmes of color to come to spaces that involve, let's say, like combat sport. Lots of really amazing, like, white trans women are there leading the way. But I'm like, who are you all imagining are taking over sport? I'm like, I'm trying to invite more trans femme folks into these spaces.
True.
And in fact, like the ways in which
this is such a great way to put it. The only assimilation is to anti-capitalism. Yes, that is what the left wants. That is the only assimilation the left cares about, to an anti-capitalist political ideology. Very good. Days of perception. Axel, what does the 10 mean? 10 out of 10? Thanks for the Rumble rant, bro. Appreciate it. It's best to forget about her, Tammy. It's best to forget about her.
Gender the ways in which everyone's gender is operating is both keeping them away and keeping them out. So I'm like, again, going back to the numbers of who's even here. But when you make people who aren't there, the straw figure and the center, then you erase what's under the surface, which is that, like, yes, cis women do not need the paternalism of cis men after whatever bajillion years we've been here now, right? And so one of the things I really liked in that podcast, they remind us of this moment in the 70s when like riflery at the Olympics was also like a mixed gender sport, and a woman won, and then they changed it for the next Olympics, right? And so when we talk about, oh, like you have this inherent advantage, they also don't tell you about all the times in which a cis woman beat everyone else, right? And so to your point about chess, I'm like riflery, I mean, all these other sports in which I'm like, okay, poker's on ESPN. I'm like, do you need gender segregated categories for poker? But I do think, again, the dubiousness around biology is rearing its head. But what's being erased is that actually, and I think about this a lot as a martial arts instructor, you don't need to save people, right? I'm like, if you actually just allow them to save themselves and teach them their specific strengths, then we can sort of get out of this cat and mouse, and also just the fakeness. Like, I think I find it very hard to believe, because I know it's not true, that I'm like, people do not care about quote unquote women's sports. I was like, you didn't care about cis women yesterday. You didn't care about misogyny yesterday. I know you don't care about women's sports today. I know you don't care about making sure that athletes are better paid, right? I know that your white nationalism really cares about a very specific athlete, despite the fact that like white women have been succeeding in the WNBA for decades, right? So I know that that's what you care about. You don't actually care about women's sports. You don't care about young girls, or you would be doing more scientific research on why people who are not young cis boys have all these ACL tears that are impacting their careers from youth to college, but they are understudied and under research, right? You'd be teaching children across genders strength training, right? And so the dubiousness of like, we need to like separate out chess categories, I'm sorry, it doesn't answer your actual question, but it obfuscates all these other things that people could actually be doing if they were invested in people enjoying the thing itself.
Just eliminate gender, guys. People enjoy sports more.
+1.
Yeah, this came up yesterday in my class, and my students also. And again, this is not going to answer your question because it's a very good question.
It is very good.
It's a very good question. Things like chess, billiards.
Why is it that normie liberals trigger people more? Because that's the content they're given by conservative media. Because it's the normie liberal content that conservative media pushes non-stop as their clickbait. It's not these people. Conservative media doesn't tell anyone about these people. Conservative media almost never shares this content. It's extremely rare. Why are people more triggered? Because they've been trained to be more triggered by conservative media, Gulf. That's why. Sorry. I didn't make the rules.
Those are the only two I can think of. But then my students started to talk about gaming, and this is outside of my wheelhouse, so I'm sorry.
I gotta pee again, guys. I'll be right back.
When they were describing it to me, so they were talking about this, like, just, I mean, pervasive misogyny that goes on in gaming, and I think it's like RPG stuff where you wear the headphones and you compete against other real people, and they build a person with like all these things, right? So they're talking about the misogyny and the, like, you know, bullying and things like that. And I'm like, wait, but everybody is still using a thing, right? So it's all media. It's still, there is no sort of athletic, I don't know. I don't want to like step on anyone's toes or anything, right? But like, it's all, it's, you know, it's not like, okay, I'm not going to say even that, but so I'm sort of thinking about the various forms of competition that might not go under the sort of classic rubric of sports, like American football, baseball, all these whatever things, but are still sort of reproduce the sort of, you know, the misogyny and the, you know, masculinity that we see. So that's the only thing I think I thought about, is sort of where else and why is that? I mean, we might guess why that is, but I'm interested in where else it shows up. That's all I have to add.
Could I add one more point? I think also sometimes too about Jaya Salua, who was on the Samoan football team, And so we get into these other like categorizations of transness that aren't necessarily even invested in, like, they're not trying to upend the current systems, right? So there are people who are just like self-selecting out of institutionalized sport altogether. And then there are people who, again, the ideas around race and gender in Samoa don't fit within like a like US continental framework of transness, right? But so Jaya Sailua, she played on the men's football team, and that made sense for her in her gender, in her moment. But the thing, I mean, movie with Michael Fassbender, not so great. But her story, if you think about trans athletes and what trans femmes and trans men have to go through.
Did I miss anything? Let me know.
Be in a sports space. I'm like, why is the conversation never that you need a separate trans category to protect trans athletes? I'm like, if you miss shot day, if you are going through hormonal changes that are up and down, if you can't find spaces that will actually train you where people aren't purposely being extra violent to you, you don't have consistent access to sport in the way that cisgender athletes do. So I'm like, if anything, trans athletes need to be more protected, whether it's chess or it's basketball, than any other people, but that's not the conversation.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw another hand in the back. Yeah.
Yeah. You talked about like the slave concept, and it reminded me of this in California. They have like a chapter in.
Oh, is Pennywise causing problems again?
It's called like trans youth wrestling, and they're just really great. They do a lot of.
Okay, Pennywise, bro, you're obviously not listening. You're obviously not here to learn. You obviously just want to be disruptive. I'm very sorry, bro. I'm deporting you from the channel. It's you, not us. You're not smart enough to be here. Go away. Goodbye.
Heard of them before, or been to an event. They also like mix the space between like sports and performance as well, to sort of like get into more of a political conversation, like in the actual sport. So I'm just curious. Can you say the first part? What was the? It's a trans youth wrestling or trans.
Oh yeah, trans youth that trans. Yeah.
It's called T-Ware.
Yeah, T-Ware. I think they just had an event in New York. Yeah. They're expanding. They're as the boys do. Yes, action figures are on the tours. Yes, I have heard of them, and actually, I know people in Rest of Your Friends in Seattle. That's just
I think it started in Seattle.
I think it did too, which makes sense.
Yeah,
of course. Well, and I mean, yes, it did. But lots of combat sports stuff for trans folks happening in Seattle. So if you're ever in Seattle, lots to do. Be fun.
Yes. Okay. I wanted to know, how do you think that like colonial ideals and logics are exerted in sports today? And how do you think we can combat, like you said, the lack of POC queer spaces? And how can we kind of make it more inclusive via media or just overall inclusivity in any given spaces, really?
Well, I'll say that I think like I've been learning about NIL, name, image, likeness, from one of my students. I don't fully understand it because she's still teaching me through doing her MA project. But my kind of, and this is a roundabout way of getting to the colonialism question, right? Like, it's the point of it is to ensure that college athletes are able to make some money by doing these sports where they bring in a lot of money for the university, and their labor has been exploited for a long time, and so this is seen as a way of redressing this exploitation. At the same time, it's also it's reproducing these kind of inequalities that are already embedded within the sport, right? So like if you play golf versus if you play football, American football, you're on a different playing field. I think that's one example of how colonial ideologies, colonial capital ideologies, capitalist ideologies are replaying in sport.
Colonial capitalist ideologies, colonialism and capitalism means the same thing.
So like if you play golf versus if you play football, American football, you're on a different playing field. I think that's one example of how colonial ideologies, colonial capital ideologies, capitalist ideologies.
Master Shake, or I don't even know how to say your new fucking name, bro. Can you please change your name to something that's pronounceable? I don't know how to say this. Guys, apparently Data Republican is doing a live stream in 40 minutes. If anyone wants to go and ask Data Republican some annoying questions, maybe we should do that.
Football, American football.
We still have to do the Matt Walsh thing. Shit, I'm totally gonna fuck up MacBee's.
I think that's
night.
one example of how colonial ideologies, colonial capital ideologies, capitalist ideologies are replaying in sport. And I think along those lines, we do see it in just the professional sports leagues that we see all the time. In the context of international competitions, we see it in how many seats Africa has at the FIFA World Cup, how many seats Asia has. The fact that the US women's national team has won like almost all of the FIFA World Cup, right? Is it because they're great, or is it because they come from a really rich country, superpower, right? Like, so all of these kinds of inequalities and unfairness and all of these things that we've been talking about are manifesting in sport all the time. And it is like, yeah, we got to kind of address it. Now, I've totally forgotten the second part of your question, but maybe someone else can pick it up. But I do think like those moments remind us that we're still living under colonial logics.
What was the second part of your question?
How can we make spaces more exclusive for POC, queer identities, and just like the inclusion more accessible to POC queer people? Because I know a lot of the times, especially with immigrant backgrounds, these ideals are still very much embedded in different countries. So how can we just make it more accessible?
Yeah.
I don't know if I have a good answer, but I'll take a stab at it, because it's both about the colonial histories today and then about how we're opening up more spaces. Yeah, I mean, I think there are some people who do really interesting work. Like I have a colleague who wrote this awesome article. It's an American Quarterly. It's called Occupied Joy, The Politics of Skateboarding in Palestine. And so I think the ways in which we talk about like colonialism in sport now, like I think about it as someone who's listening to people from 60 years ago who were warning us that they would just become more embedded in one another if it didn't end then. And I think that that is true, right? I don't actually think that like, despite the fact that we are in the neo-colonial, post-colonial, post-colonial era, that the colonialism has somehow been extricated from sport. It absolutely has lasting ramifications that are just, again, hidden and that we don't talk about. So yeah, I mean, even for the reason that, and it becomes like interesting because I think about women's basketball, right, is this dubious place where it's one of the places where like people from the US actually go to other countries, right? And that usually doesn't happen to actually make money. I think it's changing now because of leagues like Unrivaled and because of the WNBA players really on this campaign to get the money that they are owed, right? But under this
breaking news. I told you guys that my husband's birthday is on Thursday, and we might be going and doing some extracurricular activities this week. And do you guys want to see what we're going to do? I made Victor make a decision about what we were going to do. I wanted to go to Boston, but Victor doesn't want to go to Boston. Victor wants to go to Conway, the White Mountains, essentially. And we're going to go to Adventure Suites. Adventure Suites is one of the coolest fucking hotels in the history of hotels. And we are going to stay in the Jungle Suite with a round bed. And look at this. It's got, can I just do the photo? Can I just do this? Look at this room. Victor and I stayed in this room 15 years ago when we first got together. For Victor's first ever birthday that we were together for, we stayed in this exact room at Adventure Suites, and it was fucking awesome. And look at this room. It's crazy. So it's got a thatch roof. It's got a big round bed. It's got a bar with animal seats. It has a big ass wooden door with a lion on it. It's got a fucking hot tub in it with a waterfall and an optical sky. So when you're in the hot tub, it looks like you're under a starry sky. It's like the best thing. It's got this whole bar area. It's got an outdoor deck. You can see it's different. It's got an upstairs. Let's see, what else does it have? This is like an upstairs play area for kids that we didn't really use last time. It's got like a PlayStation and stuff like that. It's got a crazy ass bathroom with a giant ass shower in it. How cool is that? How cool is that? Happy birthday, Victor. Happy birthday. So I'm going to be away on Wednesday and probably Thursday, just so people know.
Moment of colonialism where sport and the idea of fairness usually tips toward the scale of a country like the US. There's also places where we don't talk about the US's inherent weaknesses in teaching sport in this post and neo-colonial era. But so there's lots of interesting work, I think, on both fronts. And I think in terms of opening up spaces, I mean, there are people like on the ground who are like,
White Mountain,
how do we
New
make this more inclusive? Or like, you know, in Seattle, there's a lot of Somali immigrants, right? So there are folks who are like, okay, if we have a lot of immigrants in East Africa, how do we make leagues that look like our immigrant populations? And to some extent, I think people's answer, particularly for QT BIPOC folk, is to make their own spaces, right? I mean, this is something that I often think about is even which types of queer and trans people are trying to further make space in already institutionalized sports and who is already uninvested in being in those spaces altogether and is just like, we should just make our own thing, right? And I think about, sometimes it's an interesting reference, but I often think about like voguing as a sport, right? And it's often just thought about as a dance, but like as someone who researches the sort of like martial arts roots of it and like the competition based part of it and the fight.
The martial arts roots of voguing, which is a sport now.
Part of it, right? There are a bajillion athletes who are currently voguing who could go disrupt a whole team in another sport right now because of their sheer athleticism, but I don't think they're actually invested in fighting space. And I think that was one of the things I came to when I was like, oh, why are there not more trans femmes of color in these types of spaces? And I'm like, oh, because some of them just actually don't, one, it's not hospitable. And two, actually they have other movement and sport and athletic formations where they get to experience joy and be themselves. So I think it's a hard question of, do you want to open up the spaces that currently exist? And does that mean that you have to make a travel team that looks like the kids in your neighborhood? Or do you make an autonomous, like my people in the 60s and 70s, you're like, we're making our own organizations, our own institutions, so that we don't even have to play by your rules, right? I mean, that's essentially what Unrivaled, this new women's basketball league, has done. Has been like, the WNBA is wild. And from the first year that it came into inception was like, we're going to pay players more than anyone's gotten paid for their first year salary in the WNBA ever, right? And then they're actually going to have stock in this league. So there is this like genealogy of people making their own thing rather than literally, I mean, this is an old African-American history adage of like integration versus non-integration, right? And some people actually weren't into the idea of integration. They were like, we don't necessarily want to go to school with white students, but we want to have fair access to resources. So that brings us back to these dubious ideas of fair history. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, like that kind of, you got me thinking about sort of, do we wanting access to the sort of existing structures, or do we create something else? I don't have an answer to that. One thing your question did bring up for me is sort of, our colleagues started an well, it's more like a group called Sports Scholars for Justice in Palestine. They have a website and an Instagram. And I think it's, for me, I think sort of a really sort of concrete way to use sport that has oftentimes been an oppressive tool of colonialism, capitalism, Zionism, right? And to sort of like,
sport is an oppressive tool of colonialism, capitalism, and Zionism. Because Zionism is not about Israel being Jewish. It is not about Palestinians being Muslims. It is about Israel being the settler colonists that stole the land from the indigenous people, thus colonizing it under capitalism. Another W clip.
A really sort of concrete way to use sport that has oftentimes been an oppressive tool of colonialism, capitalism, Zionism, right? And to sort of like, okay, how do we use it as a mode of resistance? And how do we, and this is one strategy, not everybody is on board with it, but sort of pushing against the existing structures instead of sort of exiting altogether. And I think it's they have a reading list, a documentary playlist, and then they have like a boatload of resources on there. And I think sort of in those resistance spaces, other spaces sort of open up, right? So it kind of multiplies. Yeah.
Okay, I totally
Yes,
lost Mark
that's
for
how they see the world. Yeah,
But we're gonna do
exactly.
one last question. 'Cause I
One
honestly,
question, guys. We're almost done. We're gonna do Matt Walsh
this
next.
question, and then sorry, but y'all can come up and talk to me at the end. So
I've totally hijacked MacB's movie night. I'm sorry about it, MacB. I'm sorry. I love you. I appreciate you. I'm sorry.
Hi. Thank you. I'll try to make it good closing. I was wondering if so I'm thinking a lot about the sort of like role of, or how can like the role of cultivating sort of moments of freedom also be like useful for maybe undoing this sort of like the myth of fairness that you're also talking about. So I'm thinking like also with like T-boy wrestling, or there was like dolls versus twins nut love wrestling, and more of these like popping up and like becoming like also like more like reported on too. Like there's been like I feel like a lot of like pop culture and stuff coming up on social media around especially like the T-boy wrestling erupting into a national tour. So I wonder about like what's like I'm thinking about like the utility of like these kinds of spaces in terms of like trying to disrupt the more like broad myths that exist in sports.
The utility. Yeah, that's a great question, because well, we've sort of talked about the various ways that alternative or creating one's or people's own space as a form of freedom does occur. There's also, right, this tendency for it to get co-opted, and then it becomes sort of this sort of again reproduction of the things we're trying to disrupt. That was my only comment, which is totally useless for your question, but yes.
But that was helpful for me, because one of the things I think about is like we can't overinvest in anything, right?
Yeah.
I think it's within that space of like, this is it, but it's momentary, right? You might not be able to experience it again, and then you jump onto the next one. Let me try to be concrete. I'm like, where on the internet do I live that I've never heard of these wrestling leagues? Because they sound so fun. And I remember when I first played rugby, I was very scared actually, because I was scared to be my body in that way. I was scared to hit someone. And I was like, oh my God, like you can do that? And it's safe and it's sanctioned, and and that is a moment of freedom, right? It's a very empowering thing to know how to control violence in this way, right? And to know that it's consensual, like the person getting tackled is there for that, and they're also going to push back. So there's these magical moments that happen within sport, and part of I think all of this, like we don't want these people to take part in sport, and these people and these people and these people, is a disconnect from our bodies and I would say our divinity, because like it is through these vessels that we're able to do things. So when thinking about like these moments of freedom, to me, they do often have to be embodied, but we can't overinvest in like, this is the thing that will do it. Because if it does it here now, the structure adjusts.
Yeah.
New rules come in place.
It might be a little longer
well, you
than
can't
that.
do that and that.
It
and
might be a
that.
little longer.
So
it might be a little longer.
the
I'm
question,
sorry.
I
We
think,
got to do Matt
becomes,
Walsh.
What is
Sorry.
our commitment to freedom? And it has to be.
We're almost done.
Really, like it's absolute, right? And like to me, that is about.
I'm on woman time tonight.
Because
Fine.
if I cannot be free within conditions of unfreedom. So how do we make sure that whatever it is, it's collective?
Capitalism is a condition of unfreedom, guys. I cannot be free in condition of unfreedom. Capitalism is unfreedom.
Community, because if I cannot be free within conditions of unfreedom, so how do we make sure that whatever it is, it's collective? But
collective.
you just can't overinvest in the thing, which I don't know, maybe it's terrible or maybe it's Buddhist. I don't know. You pick your path.
Guys, this is a panel explicitly called Gender, Race, and the Politics of Sport. And I want you to really notice how many times they've mentioned the word capitalism. This was supposed to be about gender, race, and the politics of sport. And they say capitalism over and over and over and over and over again, because this topic is always about capitalism. No matter what the left is talking about, gender, race, or the politics of sport, or anything else, it is always about capitalism.
Could you say it one more time? The question, it's about freedom, but could you say it one more time?
Yeah, but just wondering about the role of cultivating these moments of freedom and the sort of undoing of the sort of myths of fairness that are existing in these larger sport structures, or if there is one.
I mean, I think that the freedom that embodiment allows is important.
Exactly. Right, Milo? Right?
I think that, as you two are saying, it's very easy when something becomes an institutionalized space for its original purpose and space of freedom to quickly slip away. But I love the space of combat sports because there is a way in which, I mean, essentially we have a very certain person in mind often when the larger society thinks about combat sports. But I mean, when I think about total body freedom, it means that you are able, whether you are sitting in a chair, whether you're standing, whatever is available to you on your body, right? Even if it's just your mind, that you're able to cultivate this boxer or fighter mentality and shadow box with yourself in the mirror, right? I know I talked about a lot about martial arts as collectivity, but there is something about that individual freedom that is explicitly linked to these ideas of resistance. And I think about George Jackson a lot because George Jackson practiced karate while he was incarcerated, while he was incarcerated in California. And part of the reason that he's doing it is because he literally believes in freedom, right? He also, again, needs to stay sane because of the literal solitary confinement that he's in 23 hours out of the day, right? And so what can he do in a 8x8 cell? I'll be messing up those the measurements, but what can he do to reclaim his own sense of self when no one else is around? But also he literally believes that revolution against the US government is possible, right? Which is somehow then related to one of my favorite figures from the last couple of years, who is Aman Khalifa, right? The Algerian boxer who, I mean, we really should talk more about this, but just fascinating around race and gender and just the freedom to compete at the Olympics being contested by white women tears yet again, right? And so, but now I just saw a video of Iman walking out, I think in Paris, a fashion week, essentially, living in her body, looking very fly. And I was like, wow, you were not feeling this free when you were doing your joyous body movement at the Olympics. But the fact that you kept going now allows you a little bit more space. So I don't know how all of that connects back to the amazing people at, T-Boy Wrestling. But as someone who is always asked if I'll wrestle, and I'm like, no, because I hit people. I don't know how to wrestle. And I'm like, it won't be fun to wrestle me. I don't get fun in wrestling. I'm a striker, but I'm like, oh, I see why other trans and non-binary and non-conforming people are like, this is silly. This is fun. And if you never got to participate in the joy and freedom of middle school wrestling, then what a world that this is. And if you can reimagine middle school wrestling, you can almost reimagine anything, to be honest.
Thank y'all so much. Yeah, what an end on.
Yo, we made it, guys. We made it. Let's go. You made it through the whole presentation. Lots of golden nuggets in that one. Lots of clips I need to make. But we have one more task before we conclude, because you guys met the channel membership goal. We are going to, as quickly as possible, watch this Matt Walsh analysis of why the DSA is winning. And we're going to provide our own commentary to it. Are you guys ready to see what Matt Walsh had to say? Are you guys ready to see the great Matt Walsh theory about why the DSA is winning? When I promise you, if you've been watching content with me for a year, you know more than Matt Walsh does about the DSA. I promise you. If you've been watching content with me for over a year, you absolutely know more than Matt Walsh does about the DSA. If you've been watching content with me for probably at least 6 months, you probably know more than Matt Walsh does about the DSA. So we're all going to fact check him, guys. We're all going to fact check him. And let me know your critiques in the chat. Let's put our knowledge to the test. Is Matt Walsh getting it right, or doesn't he know what he's talking about? And listen, if Matt Walsh gets things right, I will say that, okay? I don't have to like Matt Walsh to say if he gets something correct. If he is articulating a correct message to the public, that is literally all I care about. Why the DSA is winning, by the way, is because they have a boots on the ground electoral strategy where they are knocking on millions of doors, calling millions of people, doing voter registration drives, doing voter turnout drives. They have a massively activated base. They have over 120,000 dues paying members at the national DSA level. The national DSA level is funding cash into local socialist elections. It's called Socialist Cash Beats Capitalist Trash. It's a fundraising campaign they did last year. It's literally just on the ground electoral strategy. It's on the ground work. That's it. It's boots on the ground. Let's see if Matt Walsh knows this.
We need to begin today with an important announcement. The most thorough deep dive we've ever done, our special on the civil rights movement, is now available for free on YouTube. It's a full-length documentary that, among other things, will make you completely rethink Martin Luther King Jr. and his alleged legacy.
Yeah, I think
we
so
have
too.
new documents
so
and
too. I don't
apology.
care, Matt.
Today's intimidated in the slightest. So you can read movement, democratic socialist. This to the issue that I want to talk about today, which is the rise of the DSA, or the Democratic Socialists of America. Now, not too long ago, the DSA was...
By the way, guys, just so people are clear, if Matt Walsh says that Hassan Piker is responsible for this, we have been watching DSA meetings for years on this channel. One in the chat, if Hassan Piker was ever mentioned in an actual DSA meeting before like a couple months ago. Two in the chat, if the DSA used to mention Hassan Piker all the fucking time before a couple months ago. We've been watching these people organize for years. One in the chat, wait, did I get the numbers wrong? Hang on, did I get the numbers wrong? One in the chat, if the DSA has mentioned Hassan Piker before a couple months ago. Two in the chat, if that, I got the numbers wrong. Hang on, stop. I assigned the numbers for both. Hang on, stop the numbers. I need to do this again. Strike that. I fucked up. I think I gave you two choices that were the same. Okay, so we're starting over. Okay, we're starting over. Redo. One in the chat, if Hassan Piker was always mentioned by the DSA. Two in the chat, if the DSA only started mentioning Hassan Piker like 2 months ago. After listening to DSA meetings for years, one in the chat, if Hassan Piker was always mentioned by the DSA as a major influencer. Two in the chat, if they just started talking about him a couple months ago. Professional streamer on the internet. You're goddamn right. Yeah. Yeah. Guys, I know that a lot of people know who Hassan Piker is, but the reality is Hassan Piker is not influential in DSA electoral strategy. He is just not. The DSA never mentioned him before a couple months ago. And the reason they started mentioning him a couple months ago is he started attaching himself to the campaigns in New York City. So it wasn't because Hassan Piker was involved in the electoral strategy. It wasn't even that Hassan Piker was involved in the campaigning. It was because Hassan Piker started attaching himself to the DSA for clout and content and all that stuff, just like all the content creators do. And then the DSA is not going to turn that down. The DSA is not going to kick him out or anything, but the DSA was like, okay, yeah, Hassan, you can come and help us, whatever, but don't make any mistake. Hassan Piker is not influential in DSA organizing. He was not involved in the DSA organizing. He is not responsible for their electoral wins. It's total fucking smoke and mirrors. If he had been influential to them, they would have mentioned him all the time, and they never did up until like a couple months ago.
Is merely a collection of completely powerless, unwell, unhappy failures. Adult children with nothing to contribute except viral videos.
Okay, here's the question. Yes, Hassan Piker is speaking at the Socialism Conference. Yes, that's true. Has Hassan Piker ever spoken at the Socialism Conference before? Socialism Conference has been going on for 15 years. At least, maybe even longer than that. Has Hassan Piker ever spoken at the socialism conference before? No. No, he hasn't. This is a new thing. He's attaching himself to the movement. That's what's going on. It's not that Hassan Piker is deeply influential in far left activism. He's not. He's attaching himself to the movement for content. People have got to know the difference between these two things. We listen to the people who are actually influential. We listen to the people who are actually driving the strategy. It is almost non-existent that social media communists are actually involved in far left organizing. Almost non-existent. Vosh isn't involved in any of this stuff. Vosh is not influential at all. The American Communist Party are not involved in any of this stuff. They're not influential at all. It's just about content for them. That's all it is. It's a fucking grift.
Videos like this one, which admittedly were pretty entertaining. This is from the DSA's National Convention in Georgia from all the way back in 2019.
Oh my God. Are you serious? We're still doing progressive stack. Guys, Matt Walsh is going to own the libs by showing the progressive stack video where they were all competing based on their oppression points. No, Matt, this has nothing to do with the DSA's rise, Matt. No, sorry, no.
Quick point of privilege. Quick point of personal privilege.
Yes. It's already
guys, first of all, James Jackson, Sacramento, he, him. I just want to say, can we please keep the chatter to a minimum? I'm one of the people who's very, very prone to sensory overload. There's a lot of whispering and chatter going on. It's making it very difficult for me to focus. Please, can we just, I know we're all fresh and ready to go, but can we please just keep the chatter to a minimum? It's affecting my ability to focus. Thank you.
Thank you, comrade. Okay, is there a speaker against name, chapter, pronoun?
Point of personal privilege.
Yes.
Please do not use gendered language to address everyone.
Quick point of privilege once again. Once again. Hi, James Jackson, Sacramento DSA, he, him. I have already asked people to be mindful of the chatter of their comrades who are sensitive to sensory overload. And that goes double for the heckling and the hissing. It is also triggering to my anxiety. Like, the be comradely isn't just for, like, you know, let's keep things civil or whatever. It's so that people aren't going to get triggered and so that it doesn't affect their performance as a delegate, okay? Your need to express yourself is important, but your need to express yourself should not trump or
Trump.
Now, if you're listening to the audio podcast, you should know that as the speakers were whining into the microphone, some of the members of the audience were putting their hands in the air and waving. They do this in lieu of applauding. It's called jazz hands because they don't want to trigger anybody with loud noises.
They don't actually really do that anymore, by the way. They may have done that at one time. When you go to actual leftist events, they don't do that anymore. Sometimes they snap, but like they don't do the fucking jazz hands thing anymore. That was a long ass time ago, Matt. You need to get up to speed.
Rules of the convention, they had to use jazz hands. And other rules included, and I quote, no misuse of doors. No misuse of doors. I don't know how you misuse a door. No interacting with cops, no talking to the press, and my personal favorite, no aggressive sense in the room.
Yeah, they don't like sense.
So they had to use the term aggressive scent instead of just.
They still do that. Leftists still send, like when you go to a leftist event, you will get an email saying no fragrances.
Disgusting scent because none of these people have showered in months.
That's actually not true.
They can't
not true.
throw everybody out.
No.
So instead, they
tell me Matt Walsh has never been to a leftist event without telling me. They don't smell bad. They smell fucking fine for the most part.
Specifically banned heavy artificial fragrances, strong perfumes, or scented lotions. But if you smell like Taco Bell Mexican pizza mixed with various bodily fluids, then you're good to go.
They don't smell like that. I've gone undercover with the far left more than anyone, certainly more than Matt Walsh. They don't smell bad, guys. Like it is such a stupid conservative own. It's so fucking low effort. Like it's just not like that. And listen, I would be the first to say if it was, but like this, oh my God, do you know how many fucking times a day I have to hear from conservatives? They must smell awful. No, they actually smell fine. They actually do. And it tells me that you don't actually care about the real issues if you're focused on shit you're just making up to own the fucking libs.
No problem there. In any event, this seemed like reassuring footage at the time because watching this, you simply could not imagine these people taking power in the United States. They can't even get through a convention without melting down into hysterics.
I was ahead of you
And
on
indeed,
this
plenty of
by years,
commentators
motherfucker.
use this footage as proof that, contrary to what Donald Trump was saying, socialists really were not a threat. For example, a Washington Post columnist wrote that, quote, depending on the day, socialists are a terrifying force ready to overthrow the government or a collection of snowflakes to laugh at. Well, just 7 years later, the DSA is indeed a terrifying force that's ready to overthrow the government, along with civilization in general.
True.
In less than a decade, socialists who seemed incapable of normal human interaction, much less organizing a significant political party, have won congressional primaries and congressional seats in Philadelphia, Manhattan, Brooklyn, the Bronx, and Denver. They've been elected mayor in major cities like Seattle and, of course, New York. There's another socialist about to take over as mayor of Washington, D.C. Dozens of socialists have won primaries in state legislatures this year. And at the moment, a socialist from the suburbs by the name of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is the leading candidate for the Democrat Party's presidential nomination in 2028. What exactly happened here? Well, it's a question that somebody needs to address because nothing like this has ever occurred in American politics, at least not in living memory.
Appreciate it.
And before you say, well, the economy is terrible, it's true that prices are far too high, as we've discussed at great length. It's also true that the economy was doing much, much worse at other points in American history. We went through a depression in which unemployment hit 25%. Thousands of banks failed. Stocks dropped by 90%. And despite that, socialists held very few congressional seats in the 1930s, and they were never close to taking the presidency. In the 1932 presidential election, the socialist candidate finished with something like 2% of the vote. Now, yes, FDR took a lot of momentum out of the socialist movement with the New Deal. He cursed us with much stronger unions, created the Ponzi scheme that is Social Security, set up all kinds of new regulators, dramatically increased government spending, all of which were terrible ideas and all of which were concessions to socialists. But unlike Adam Schiff and Elizabeth Warren and the rest of the modern Democrats, at no point did FDR endorse the end of capitalism or candidates who wanted to destroy America from within. And we're open about it. What we're seeing today is new. So while economic factors like the cost of living certainly play a role in the rise of socialism, socialists talk about these issues, pretend to care about them, which they don't, pretend to have answers for them.
Wrong, Matt, you fucking retarded fucking faggot. Wrong. I don't think the socialists actually care about these things. You fucking retard. This is part of their identity. They care about this more than you care about any conservative value you claim to have. It is internalized as part of their... This is why the right always fucking loses. The left doesn't even care about this. They're all just paid protesters. Like, literally, fuck you, asshole.
Which they definitely don't. History would indicate that there must be much more to the story. So what exactly is going on? Why is socialism suddenly so compelling
the ground
to so many people, especially young people?
Strategy.
Well, the answer to that, question, we should look once again at a typical gathering of socialists in the United States. 7 years ago, they were fretting about jazz hands,
here we go.
overstimulation, gendered language.
Here we
What
go.
are they doing now? Well, let's take a look. This is from Hassan Piker's new roadshow. Hassan Piker, in case you're not familiar, is a socialist with a very large following, not only among the general public, but among...
Matt Walsh has no idea why the DSA is winning, does he? Matt Walsh literally has no fucking... Matt, you fucking retard. Hassan Piker hasn't even been involved with the far left for more than a couple of fucking months. Oh my God. This is so frustrating. This is so frustrating. Guys, the DSA has done entire presentations saying this is how we won. They are explicit about it. This is public on the fucking internet. We have watched all of them. Has the DSA ever mentioned Hassan Piker in any of their presentations about why they're actually winning elections? No! And if Matt Walsh wanted to do basic fucking research on the topic, he could learn this. But Matt Walsh doesn't want to do basic research. Matt Walsh wants to go for the quick jab at the social media personality that he doesn't like.
Among Democrat Party elites. He campaigned with Abdul al-Sayed for Senate in Michigan. He's done friendly appearances with Rashida Tlaib, Ro Khanna, AOC, Ilhan Omar, Francesca Hong, Zohran Mamdani, and so on. So he's
There's
become,
no
by all
such
accounts,
thing
a
as
major
Muslim
figure
communist.
in the Democrat Party. And here's how he began his show. Watch.
Unafraid to die. I'm actually embarrassed for Matt Walsh. I'm fucking embarrassed for him with this display. I have gone undercover with the far left more than anyone in conservative media. This is not what a typical leftist event is like at all. This is what a social media content creator event is like, not a far left event.
They're singing along to an AI song about Charlie Kirk, mocking the fact that he was murdered on a college campus for disagreeing with them. And for good measure, they also mocked the gospel, as well as the fact that Charlie was a husband and a father.
The gospel, guys.
This is another expression of rampant psychopathy and nihilism that we're now seeing from many different corners of this country.
It's psychopathy and nihilism. That's why the DSA is winning, Matt. Psychopathy and nihilism. My God, these people are so stupid.
From the women who rally behind Lindsey Clancy.
This is what I mean when I say the right is not actually interested in defeating the left. The right can't even hinge into reality with the fact that the left has an electoral machine that's making millions of phone calls, knocking on millions of doors, raising millions of dollars in small fucking donations, doing voter registration drives, doing voter turnout drives, reaching out to previously underserved communities that hadn't voted before, making sure they're getting them registered, making sure they're getting their asses to the polls, reaching out to Trump supporters who are pissed off about the economy and saying, we will help make things more affordable, and actually getting like 70% of the Trump supporters that previously voted for Trump for president out in New York to vote for the DSA. That comes from the DSA's own data that is public on the fucking internet, you asshole. And you want to come out here with it's psychopathy and narcissism. That is why the DSA is winning. That is total fucking bullshit. Matt Walsh is such a lazy fucking retard that, again, is misinforming his audience. And this is why the right does nothing to stop the left. They don't even know what's happening. They have no idea what they're doing in the real world, even though all of this information is publicly available.
Because she murdered her children, to the outpouring of support on the left for Luigi Mangione. For socialists, it's almost as if, they've gotten tired of being an object of mockery on the internet. They're no longer interested in doing the jazz hands or the points of personal privilege. Instead, like the typical school shooter, they are heavily medicated, chemically lobotomized, and ready to murder everyone who's more successful than they are, which is
that's how they won elections. They're medicated and lobotomized, and that's how they win elections, guys. Are you fucking serious?
To say anyone who has a family or a job or, a reason for existing.
They control the unions, you asshole. How do they control the unions if they don't have jobs? The DSA controls the Amazon workers' unions. Amazon is the largest single employer in the United States. The DSA controls the fucking teachers' unions. The DSA controls the service workers. The DSA controls the Starbucks workers. The DSA controls every fucking major union. How do they do that if they don't have jobs?
Now, make no mistake about it. We're not talking about a new class of socialists here. These people are just as dysgenic and just as off-putting as the socialists of old.
Then how are they winning?
The socialists of 2019. So take a look at the crowd from Hassan Piker's event, just to give you an idea of the physical specimens that I'm talking about.
Hey, you guys want to look at the crowd from the Trump from the latest Trump rally? Can we look at Trump rally? Can we look at the crowd from the latest Trump rally, guys? Can we look at the crowd from the latest Trump rally? Oh, hang on. They're a little quick pan. Oh, wow. This is an entire crowd of old fucking fat boomers. I'm sorry. The DSA are winning because they're just dysgenic freaks. Well, you know what MAGA is? Old, fat, retired fucking boomers. I'm sorry I'm yelling, but this is infuriating. This is infuriating. The right is losing to these people, and all they do is own the libs. They literally don't know how to do anything else. I did not think it was going to be this bad. I'm not going to make it through this video. I'm not going to make it through this video. Like, this is infuriating. This is goddamn infuriating. This is why the right is so retarded about the left. People like Matt Walsh, who are like, guys, let's own the libs and call them dysgenic freaks and narcissists and heavily medicated. They all smell bad. And that's why they're winning elections. Oh, and they don't have jobs, even though they control the unions, including the K-12 public schools. They don't have jobs, guys. They can we own the libs a little bit more, Matt, please?
Out here. You know, it's like Where's Waldo, except you're trying to find somebody with a BMI under 30. They've somehow gathered together the only people in America who still haven't heard of Ozempic, which I find fascinating. Outside of a Reddit convention, it would be hard.
They have heard of Ozempic, Matt, actually. They're against Ozempic because Ozempic promotes diet culture. They believe that diet culture is capitalism. Therefore, they won't take Ozempic, and they believe in fat liberation, which is about getting rid of capitalism and capitalist beauty standards. So they have heard of it, you moron. They reject it as a political principle.
To find a more profoundly misshapen, pungent assembly than this. I mean, the most generous thing I can say about these people is that some of them look like villains from the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And the only point in their favor is that, as best I can tell, no one's wearing a mask. And that's not usually the case at these social...
Oh, yeah, that's exactly right. They are usually wearing masks. Matt actually knows that, but he doesn't know why. He has no fucking clue why they wear masks at their event, I promise you.
Socialist meetups. Here's a shot from a socialist meetup in New York, for example, when they all gathered together to cheer Mamdani. And you could see there, again, a few masks in the crowd, which makes sense.
Way more people wearing masks.
Wouldn't want another super spreader event. According to the experts, the latest fecal specimens in the water are showing that there's a new variant on the loose, and you can never be too careful.
This is so pathetic.
Anything to prevent people from having to see your face, whatever it takes.
No, that's not what it is.
And if you're looking for a more, if you're looking for you know,
Matt, you think they're wearing masks because they don't want people to see your face? They all know each other. They're going into a private meeting with their friends who they all know, and you think the reason they're wearing masks is because they don't want people to know who they are? Everyone in the fucking room knows each other. They're all fucking friends. These people are so stupid.
Modern definition of socialism. This is what Mystery Grove says, which I think kind of brings all this together. It says, quote, communism is when ugly, deformed freaks make it illegal to be normal, then rob and or kill all successful people out of petty resentment and cruelty. The ideology is all just window dressing.
Own the libs got libs destroyed. Oh my God. Except they're winning elections.
So it's hard not to draw comparisons, as some have done on social media, to that New York magazine cover after Trump's second election win, where they showed a picture from one of the parties with the title, The Cruel Kids Table. You probably remember this. They cropped all the black people out of the photo, as you know, anti-racists tend to do, and they tried to present the image as nefarious because it showed a bunch of healthy human beings all gathered in one place, God forbid. They truly couldn't comprehend how something like this could happen.
Guys, conservatives are all beautiful and leftists are all ugly, and that's why the DSA is winning, because we're the beautiful people and it's all those ugly freakazoid leftists, okay?
How can you have a political movement that's comprised of young people who aren't about to keel over and die of a massive heart attack?
Hey, Matt, why don't you ask Trump that, bro? Why don't you ask Trump that? Trump having lost the entire youth base because of this bullshit war in Iran and is left with the boomer, retiree, old people. Why don't you ask Trump about the youth vote, Matt?
And this is not simply an aesthetic observation. It's directly relevant to the question I raised earlier, which was, why are the communists so much more motivated and effective now as compared to the 1930s. Or even
How about because everything you said in the first 12 minutes of this video was completely wrong and unhinged from reality? How about that, Matt? Thank you, 530. Appreciate it. The right's so dumb, not hard to figure. It's really not hard to figure the DSA out, guys. They put all of their meetings on the internet. You can sign up to them and go to them and listen to them. It is not difficult. This is not secret information. This is, I don't even, like, there are some meetings I have to have a secret identity to sign up for, but like, it's really not that hard to find this information out. It really isn't.
Than 6 or 7 years ago. And one answer, although you won't find it in any political textbook, is that the population is much fatter, more drug addicted, and infinitely more disgusting than it was in the 1930s.
The DSA is winning elections because the population is fatter, more drug addicted, and more disgusting than the 1930s. Okay. I've seen enough. I don't need to watch any more of this video. This is not a serious video. This is not a serious political analysis. This is not hinged in to any sort of fucking reality regarding what the far left is doing at all in any way. The DSA is winning because of on-the-ground electoral campaigning, phone calls, door knocking, going into underserved communities, voter registration drives, voter turnout drives, building relationships with people, doing stuff in the community, talking about issues that they actually care about, which is affordability, which magatards don't even talk about because they're too fun. They're too busy making fun of the left for how they fucking look. So I'm not going to respond to this anymore. Mac B is going to be holding Aerosmith concert night in the supporter Discord. Hang on. I'm posting the link to the Discord for all the new channel members. Yeah, I guess Kino Casino's starting as well. Yeah, whoa, buddy. Yeah, exactly, Adam. Guys, I'm just making a post of the supporter Discord link for all the new channel members today. Join the supporter Discord. Chat into the verification channel. Okay, if you go to the post tab, let me make sure it's for channel members. Okay. If you are one of the 128 new channel members we have today, and Rumble, I'm going to give this to you guys too. Use it responsibly. What I want you to do is follow the link I just gave you. And where you can find that link is go to my YouTube channel homepage, go to the post tab. If you are a YouTube channel member, the very first link at the top will be the link to the Discord. Join the Discord, chat into the verification channel, and you will get access to join MacB for Aerosmith concert night in the Discord. I'm not going to delay it anymore. I've already delayed it half an hour. Matt Walsh doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. I'm not going to waste any more of our time. And go enjoy an Aerosmith concert. We do movie nights in the Discord at 7 p.m. Eastern time on Sundays. MacB hosts movie night or sometimes concert night on Monday nights at 9 p.m. I so appreciate him getting the community together. He does a really great job. I highly encourage people to go hang out with him, watch an awesome concert, and get in the Discord and come to movie night with us because it's fucking awesome, okay? I want to thank everyone who donated those 128 channel memberships. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you for funding the work I do. I can't do it without you. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats. I have the best community on the internet. Don't ever forget it. We may not be the biggest community, but we are the smartest and we are the best. And we know more about this topic than anyone else on the internet. And you guys always show up for me. I will always show up for you. I will be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. and we'll do it all over again. All right. See you guys. Take care. Go to the Discord. I'll see you in.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer. that influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for the people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.